the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood, but he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mic on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incompare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bid on his growl, rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Shiva keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I begin the chaos of found with pretend. Sex on against the darkness, but in defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're into the beast that controls the doors. It's signal of reason with the ball crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, ushering down. So with the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed boy the overlord. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Defeating the chaos of with pretend. Strong against the darkness, rising defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party. We got Metatron over on Rumble. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got Glow in Dark, and Steve was first. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we're gonna be, I'm sure that other people are gonna come in later and need to hear this announcement. But really, it's gonna make me sign in here. But the announcement is drum roll. But do I have a drum roll thing? I thought I had a drum roll sound here. Hold on. Nope. I just. The announcement is I started a Substack. And so if you're not familiar, Jesus fucking Christ, this thing not letting me sign in. If you're not familiar, it's basically like a newsletter type thing. And it's making me sign in here, so I'll put on a video while I sign in. But there's just so much that doesn't really fit in the context of what we're talking about on stream. It might be something that's not relevant to the whole stream, and then it just goes by the wayside because other stuff comes up. And so this is going to be a great place for all of us to be able to, there it is, profile. Yeah. So, yeah, a great place to be able to do other stuff that's not directly related to exactly this. It's still me, so it's still going to be the same types of things that I care about, that I think you guys will care about. But, for example, I did my first post, Lutch's Substack. So I'm going to put the link in the chat. Moderators, please do add that to your list. You can go there, and I only did, the first post, American culture versus white culture. Now, you may have heard me talk about this on stream, but maybe you didn't because I just mentioned it here or there, and not really. And so my first post, LOL, damn. Hello, future Lutch and disciples. That'll be for in the future when we're looking back. Hello, future Lutch and disciples. Let's all laugh at how little the guy writing this knew what he was getting into. There's just so much that I want to talk about that doesn't really fit into the streams I do. I'll assume if you're reading this, you came from YouTube, but just in case, I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, as the Indian Jesus. But it might be just a short news story that I can't stretch over hours. It's not worth making a video because then I have to worry about playing to the algorithm. Whereas here, I can write with you guys in mind instead. There is going to be a much wider scope here on Substack compared to what you'll see on YouTube. But like I said, it's still me, the same Lutch you've known, and this is just more of it. And so an example of a one part of, so again, I'm looking to do this once a week. I'm not trying to spam you with bullshit. So, once a week you get an email and it'll have different things like this one being American culture versus white culture. There's a video here, 4 minutes if you want to watch it. If you don't want to watch it, either way. But I said I've been wanting to highlight the notion that specifically Europeans coming to America are amazed with the culture, the food, the hospitality, and every other amazing thing about the U.S. This is proof that what is amazing about this nation is not whiteness or any other skin color. White nationalists love to talk about white culture as if that is something other than redneck stereotypes. The Europeans are predominantly white already, and whom is being referenced when talking of white nationalism? It's not the whiteness. It's the American culture that they love, regardless of their skin color or heritage. This should absolutely put to bed the argument as to what exactly is being exalted in Western chauvinism. It's the culture that we all share, not a skin color. Right there. And so, going to have a bunch of, that would just be one thing. But, a couple of things like that. And in one email, every link that you need, anything, it's all right there. And, once a week, it'll pop up in your email. And I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. I'm a much better writer than I am a speaker. So if you enjoy me speaking about anything, then I can promise that you will enjoy the writing better, right? Yeah, thank you. And okay, Metatron is Steve. You go, double streaming YouTube and Rumble, doing the damn thing. So again, I'm sure this is going to come up a million bajillion times, but like already. So I set it up today. And I made that post, but then I also, can we do this? Yeah. So I also started on next week's post. And so, you can see that I have, my heading here. Are people getting too litigious, spelled wrong, online, or have things escalated proportionally? Talking about Sour Tomato suing Rob and Andrew, which I'm trying to decide if we want to watch that now or not. And then like H3H3 with all these people, just like in sports, you keep it on the field, in the cage, but where do we draw that line? And so there's just basic notes on what I would write about this. Then Dean Withers was on Jubilee, 20 MAGA women. And of course, we know that Jubilee will copyright claim if we streamed it. And so I'm doing it like this, where you can watch it. And I have the timestamps here. And so at 2 minutes, this is my commentary. And at 11 minutes, 12, 15, 16. And, I'm this is down to 24 minutes. But like, looking at it, you can see that like, okay, do I care? Okay, we'll start. Do I care about this? No, then I can just skip to the next thing. Do I care about this? Okay, yeah, then we'll go into it. All right, read a little bit. I get the point. Scroll on and whatever. And so, unlike the vibe of the YouTube streams where it's like you need to be there. It's live when it's live, and then the replays, all that. This is a little bit different, and this is a little bit more laid back. This is a little bit more wide, and I think it'll be a good way for you guys to have a better understanding of who I am outside of the Indian Jesus specifically, because as you notice, that I did use the Indian Jesus logo, but it is Lutch's Substack, so it's not necessarily going to be directly related to the Indian Jesus. But again, can't really separate the man from the name. They're trying to. People have been litigious in the USA. Too many damn lawyers. I agree, and part of a sneak peek at next week's Substack is that I think that there is no answer of whether we're being too litigious based on those objectively. It's based on what you think, because some of them are different. Well, I mean, all of them are different. They're all different from each other, and so it might be that, well, this one maybe we shouldn't have done that. But this one clearly, talking about that and kind of parsing that out. And so I'd write a little bit more. That would be one section of the email. You get it? So I do hope you guys will subscribe. Even if you don't think that you're going to want to read every word of it, it does not hurt to subscribe. It's one email a week. I'm sure you get blasted with a bunch of other emails that you don't give a shit about anyway. The worst thing that happens is that you see you got Lutch's Substack and you just get rid of it. Shout out to Mora. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am not anti-Christian. That's where you lose. I am very pro-Christian. I am just not a Christian myself. I've made debates about how Christianity is the best moral structure that we have. So you lose. You lose. That one's a little funnier. But yeah, again, I'm sure we're going to have to talk about this again, because people will pop in. But that is the game plan, and I'm already started on next week's. So apparently, well, let's do this. Apparently, keep that here. Boom, boom. I don't need that. So apparently, I'm going to be on the Vulcan Soapbox. I have I had not heard of them.
Dane, you want to chime?
But Dane from Big Daddy Pod sent me an invitation. Well, not an invitation itself, but like the general invite to join their panel. And he sent me this to see what it was. So I took a little look at it, but let's see what we're diving into. And what he said was, we're supposed to be streaming on the Vulcan Soapbox tomorrow at 8:30 Central. That means 8:30 Central is 9:30 Eastern, right? I'm on New York time. You guys got to figure your shit out. My time is the real time. Tomorrow time when you can come. This is queued up to a prompt about wives submitting to husbands and responding to a woman who tried to say that the Bible supports mutual submission, but the podcast is not strictly religious topics. The goal of the podcast for the leaders are to create a forum where they can teach panelists and the chat, which is primarily blacks right now. That's Dane's words, not mine. How to think critically and logically. I think your entertainment value mixed with your mastery of logic. Well, and being open to being persuaded would be an awesome panel. It's not blood sport like Speakeasy. If Speakeasy is a bar fight, Soapbox tries to be more like a jiu-jitsu fight. Fair. We can get into a bit of a tumble sometimes, but Freshly and them, the Vulcan guys, do moderate it pretty tightly in order to teach logic and such to others. And blah, 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 blah. So, okay, he said he won't have links until 7 p.m., but that would be now according to his time. So let's just see what we got. Let's see what we got.
Texting, she's got one verse or one passage, and she's trying to establish this.
And so if you're confused real quick, this is obviously Big Daddy in the middle streaming his own thing, but this is the panel that we're actually talking about.
This is evidence right here of how the church is full of church women who will tell you they're not a feminist, but then they walk like a duck, quack like a duck.
I'm talking about submission.
They're a feminist.
But at the end of the day, the man has the final say. So if two people are submitting to each other, who has the final say?
That don't make no sense.
Is actually walking in wisdom. That's all it is. And here's the thing.
What does that mean?
It's not about, oh, you're going to bow down to me. A lot.
You're next up.
See that submission as lordship It has nothing to do with that. Yes, he makes the final decision. We have to, as women, we have to.
So then you would have to submit to him.
That he's following God's direction, whether he is or not. If he, as the head of the household, whatever
Give
decision,
Big Daddy pie to like.
final decision is that your husband makes, that's the decision you got to go with.
So then you're submitting to your husband. Your husband is not submitting to you because he wouldn't have the final say.
Is it too quiet?
Say that.
I feel like we need a little more.
If your husband submits to you, you would have the final say.
So essentially what you're saying, Wicked Dreams, is, and you can let me know if I'm accurate or not. Dan, you care to weigh in on this? You want to?
Oh yeah. I'm happy to, but I thought you was going to say something to Wicked.
Yeah.
Well, so I was going to ask Wicked if he's essentially saying that because the final say is had by the husband, that the idea that you would submit to each other can't be correct.
Correct. How can that be possible? If someone has the final say, then how could the other person have authority that you would submit to? Because submission means the other person has authority. So if you submit to if your husband submits to you, that means.
Okay, so we've heard this one before. This type of can I reset it from here? It still has a thing. Whenever it has a thing, then I have to do a new tab. Let's see the channel, and let's just pop into their most recent stream. The Vulcan. Jesus Christ. Vulcan Soapbox. Vulcan Soapbox. All right. I love how on the search. I'm number 2. Let's go. I'm sure it's because I'm live right at this moment. But let's do a video. Yeah, let's see what we got. So okay, who created God? The NFL draft debate, slavery or opportunity? Yeah, let's check that out. Let's see what we got.
A lot of people say that the NFL draft is very similar to the slave auction. How did you feel? From all perspectives, but especially that perspective when you were drafted.
Wait a minute. Was this Brian Shapiro right here? Oh my God! This is not Jubilee. Oh my God. If they don't hit us up, we are covering that. Oh man. Shout out to Brian Shapp.
You feel from all perspectives, but especially that perspective when you were drafted.
The visual could give off the same, but even knowing that, to this day, I would do it all over again. Because at that specific point in time, that was my way of being able to change my family bloodline for the rest of my life.
Let me
All right, let's do a restart, and hopefully we'll be good. It's been a minute since we had to do that. I'm not super happy. Oh, the mic was out too. All right, so we'll see if it I think restarting the computer usually just unplug it and plug it back in again. Hey, Papa Lutch followed me on Substack. My first follower. Do you guys do any of you use Substack in like at all, like from other people? Okay, now we're back. Now we're back. Oh, and the video's playing. Give me a second. Give me a second here. I need to clean this thing, man. W Papa Lutch. All right, we're back. We're back. All right, I'm gonna pop out again. It's better to pop out and have you guys blank for a second than be on both, and it you know echoes and all that shit. Beat or beat. All right, are we back? Are we good? Fine, are we? God damn. Share system audio. Video is good. I heard it playing before. All right. Captions up.
Because at that specific point in time, that was my...
As always, please do let me know if you cannot hear the video. We got Nikki Dark Angel. Welcome to the party. So I've considered starting a Substack, but I'm concerned the government will notice me. Well, that definitely is an issue in some respects. You do gotta be careful. I don't think it's quite as dangerous as if you're on like YouTube or something, but yeah, you know, you gotta make sure that you're not making enemies. I'm definitely going to be saying some things that you know the government would not like. But I don't plan on like subverting the American project or anything. So yeah, we got the my first post, and you know, just telling you what it's all about, and a little preview of what we're doing. And so I'm gonna gather stuff like that throughout the week, and then just give you one email with everything from the week, so I'm not blasting you with that shit. Plus, I've not paid for Substack before, but I've accessed the site. Yeah, and so obviously right now it's free. Eventually, if it grows, then I'll add like same thing like here where we have members only stuff. There'll be extra paid stuff that if you want, you can do it. But again, you know, just like with here, I really hope that if you guys will just subscribe, then you know that one extra email a week, even if you're not going to read it, like it does help out, you know. All right, so again, this is the panel that I think I'm going to be on. This I was invited, and then it's been silent ever since, so we will see.
I would do it all over again, because at that specific point in time, that was my way of being able to change my family bloodline for the rest of my life.
Let me push a few buttons. I think nothing shows.
So again, this video is the NFL draft and slavery.
Black entitlement more than people comparing being an elite athlete paid millions of dollars.
Oh, Dusty.
To slavery. It's crazy. It has not those conditions, those employment conditions have nothing to do with race at all. And these athletes are some of the most privileged, well-paid, elite people on earth. They're not slaves because this little clause in the contract, not even close.
And then, one thing I will say to Dane is he's saying it's business as usual. Come on, man, it's always politics involved. You know what I mean? If you know anything about the Cowboys, you know that whole franchise is politics. Come on now.
Hold on, Teresa.
But that's not racism.
Well, yeah, hold
that's
on.
not racism. You're making the jump from politics to racism.
But you said it's business as usual, man.
Hold on, yeah.
They got a one-track mind. Get on that field and move that football. They don't even know how to handle dating in most cases. They don't even know how to handle marriage in most cases.
Don't forget, guys, we started with a new goal structure within the first hour. We just need $5 to keep the rest of the stream ad-free.
They're ill-equipped. They have a child mind when it comes to some of the things you're well versed on, because you have a different type of mindset.
Because I'm old.
No, that's one reason, but that's not the main reason.
I mean, I think a lot of you just named.
Okay, Dane in the chat. So wait, I'm too stupid for this. If you were here when I had Peter Boghossian on, then you'll understand. 8. What did he say? 8:30. 8:30 Central Time is Eastern. Well, no, okay, yeah. So 1 hour. All right, cool. And so then 8:30. He said going live in 1 hour ish. Just confirming time zones. All right, bet. Yes, indeed. That is how clocks work. We got Olivia. Welcome to the party. This is a panel that I've been invited on, and so we're checking out the channel and seeing what is good. The announcement was that I started a Discord. We definitely started a Discord, but I also started a Substack, a free once a week newsletter type deal, just stuff that didn't get into the streams, and not really worth playing the algorithm and try to make a video of it. Just a way to connect with you guys more. All right. And did I say that already? Yeah, in the first hour, we just need that $5. I do set it to one $5 chat, but if you guys, if you guys split it up, that works for me too. $5 in the first hour and no ads for the rest. All right, let's see what they are talking about. Again, they were comparing the NFL draft to the way that slaves were bought. And Power Dusty is just saying, nah, bro. Oh, we're still in the...
A lot of things, though, that we all have to learn through trial and error, right? Like Dane pointed out so graciously earlier. I'm not...
Okay, that's why I was like, it's a little bit difficult to understand what they're saying when they jump around so much. I didn't see the coming up thing. So that was just the cold open.
You're tuning in to the Vulcan Soapbox.
Skew your love for that sport. When I'm just saying, hey, bro, if you just love throwing the best football that you possibly can throw, and why your accuracy is being affected by, so if you fall in love with those things, the compensation will come.
The only problem with that, though, bro, I'll add to that, is that has always been our problem, is that we love the things that we do so much that they end up getting us on the other end, right? One thing that I say about the NBA, when people start criticizing people who are jumping from team to team, I say, but owners trade us like slaves and cattle all day, and nobody ever criticized them for not being loyal to...
But it's a business, though.
Well, but no, see, when it comes to white people, watch this. When it comes to white people, we make excuses for them doing the same thing. Business is fucking personal. If you trade me and I live here, my family is here, you're disrupting my whole life. If me and you make a deal and you find a loophole in the contract and you fuck me over, that is very personal. See, white people have the ability...
It's not, though. That is why it's not personal. It's just business. Because in business, you can't have your feelings like that. Are you saying that the white NFL players are treated differently and being drafted up? Like, what does that even mean? Shout out to Glowing Dog. Well, thank you. Starting us off with the $2 make ya holla. Thank you. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much, sir. So where does that put us? That puts us at 5 points. 1 out of 15 donations and $2 out of the 5 for the ads, or 75 for the stream goal, where Morty gets his peanut butter. And I've got to do push-ups. Shout out to Glow in Dark. Thank you. So, very, very much, of course, makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciate it. I'm good for a person in Toronto. Well, Canada, they're a little strict with that shit. Let me say, it's kind of like that. A human market is a human market. The worker is not free to negotiate a contract on their own. Yes, but they are free to not play football. The slaves weren't free to not be slaves. You can decide not to play football. And if you're white, then then fine. If you want to say, yes, it is exactly like that, well then, okay, the fact that they do it with whites and any other race that is in the NFL, then it can't be a 1-to-1.
to say that it's business and not personal because they never really cared about you in the first place.
Exactly. That's what that means. It's not about you. It's about me.
Were always a product to them. They never looked at black people.
Correct.
That's a white man.
And so again, it's black people are the product, but the white men in that same process, in that same thing, it's not like that for that.
What? I do. Hold on, excuse me. Okay, Cam, let me ask you a question.
Go right ahead.
Since the draft is coming up, I hear a lot of people say that the NFL draft is very similar to the slave auction. How did you feel from all perspectives, but especially that perspective when you were drafted?
Stupid. The visual could give off the same, but even knowing that to this day, I would do it all over again. Because at
ask a slave if he would do it all over again.
That specific point in time, that was my way of being able to change my family bloodline for the rest of my life.
He got the opportunity. And so if it looks for a few seconds, or I guess it would be a few hours or like a day, that like I'm being auctioned, fine, fuck it. It looks bad. I don't give a shit. I got generational wealth.
I know you got some stuff to say on this.
Yeah, so he started with basically saying that from the business standpoint, it's perfectly okay for them to trade the player, but the player has to be loyal to the team. Oh, he was going.
Let me say this real quick. I'm gonna give it back to you, T-Reason, but I mean, he said it was like a racial component. He talks about it being like similar to slavery, and he also said white people, it's always personal, even though they say it's business.
Absolutely. I mean, we hear it on the pod. We hear it on the pod. Obviously, these contracts hold a lot of weight. These players are signing big contracts. They're getting
Okay, then don't sign the contract. Was that an option for the slaves? Then what are we talking about?
A lot of money on the front end, but don't realize what's coming along on the back end. They see the big number and they're like, where do I sign? But they don't realize, you have to hit certain metrics throughout the.
Oh, I get what he's saying. He's saying the blacks, are too stupid, is what he's saying, to understand their contract. That both the white. What the fuck was that? Oh, God damn it. There we go. The white man is smart enough to read the contract and sign what he wants. But us blacks, says T-Reason. Come on, I mean, what are we talking about? Oh, they didn't know any better. That is the implicit racism. You are saying that blacks are inherently lower given the same situation. Sounds like racism to me. Shout out to Sweet Tooth. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. We have this panel, the Vulcan Soapbox, which I will be joining in about an hour. So I figured let's check out what they're all about. And so this is a clip from one of the streams where the video that they were watching was an NFL player and some black activist podcaster talking about how the draft is very similar to slave auctions. And so that's what they are talking about. The Glow and Dark sign up for the Substack. Thank you so very, very much. Yeah, I've been on panels with him. I think, he's more of an agent of entertainment for the audience than he is somebody that I personally would like to engage with. And I would say that to him. I don't think he would take that the wrong way, because I think he would agree. I don't think he's necessarily going on these panels to learn more or to do this, that, and the other. He's in there to make it more fun for the audience. So, I wouldn't do that. But, he's there. I'm not going to be like, oh, Power Industrial's here. I believe it. Libby said the NFL draft isn't capitalism. Public funded stadiums and this human market for workers who are not free to negotiate. This works for all races of worker. Okay, so then all jobs all everywhere isn't capitalism. If you are free to negotiate. Saying, no, I'm not signing that because it's a bad deal, is negotiating. You don't always get what you want in life. Just because there's not a fair situation for you to get the thing that you want doesn't mean you've been aggrieved. Exactly, Nikki. Nobody's only going to force them to sign up and play. But outside of that, Listen to what T Reason is saying right now. That the white people are smart enough to read through the contract and understand what comes with it. But the blacks, says T Reason, are not. And notice how I'm purposely cutting that up because ain't nobody clipping me on that. I have a feeling we're going to get kicked off of this. I'm going to try to be nice, but I have a feeling we're getting kicked off.
They're getting a lot of money on the front end, but don't realize what's coming along on the back end.
But the white players do.
They see the big number and they like, where do I sign? But they
so the black people, they do, ooh, big number. Meanwhile, the white person gets a lawyer, and that seems pretty racist, bro. I think black people are, I don't know about you, T Reason, but I feel that black people are equally as capable of reading and hiring a lawyer, especially with that big number, as white people.
Don't realize, oh, you have to hit certain metrics throughout the season.
Why don't they realize that? Do the white people realize that?
You know what I'm saying?
But how is it?
No, I don't see
racial from your perspective, like, because he said it's a racial component to it.
Well, because the people who own the organizations are going to be of the white complexion. So that, I think what he really should be saying is not white. I think he should be saying elitist. I think that's where he's aiming at. He's aiming at the elites. He's aiming at the people who run the entire, that own the team.
That's a completely different thing. To say that there are huge barriers to entry, not even just play like, what do they call it? Pop Warner. You know, it costs money to do this, that, and that. And it is, the people who get the type of training that will get you to the elite levels, there is that barrier to entry. But that's not racism. How is that racism? The NFL needs reparations now. I'm good. They making a lot of money. Nikki said it's a culture thing. Many black athletes and performers hire their friend or family member that rips them off instead of a lawyer. And that's because, not because of anything that they did wrong, but according to T Reason, that's just how black people work. Not the whites. The whites understand it. But T Reason said the blacks don't get it.
Not talking about the people on the field. He's talking about the people in the executive suite. He's talking about the people at the top that's benefiting off the backs of all the players on the field.
Okay, so let's take this argument. Olivia's saying a computer programmer, engineer, teacher is free to negotiate with any employer. A draftee is only allowed to negotiate with one potential team. That is not capitalism. You are still ignoring what has been said to. Why are you not addressing the thing that we're saying? Because if I'm a programmer or an engineer and I want to work this job for this much money, and it's, let's say I want $1 million a year salary. That's what I want. But there's no way to negotiate for it. Poor me. Poor me. I'm being oppressed because they won't pay me $1 million a year to do what I want. When in fact, we're talking about multi-millions of dollars. And so this is something that you sign up for and can choose not to do. So is it a little less free than, just other jobs on the market? Sure, but different jobs are different. That doesn't mean that it's that it's not capitalism. Okay, so what is it then? If it's not capitalism, what is it?
He's talking about the people at the top that's benefiting off the backs of all the players on the field. And majority of the players on the field, a good percentage of them are black people.
I think this goes back to the contract. This is the same concept as the contracts, right? Nobody's making anybody play football. If you don't want to play football, or if you don't like these terms of the contract, you can either negotiate a better contract that doesn't have those terms, or you don't need to play football. When I was in construction, I hated wearing safety glasses. But guess what? You have to wear safety glasses in construction on a job site.
So, okay, Olivia, that's a perfect example there. Is forcing, you can't negotiate whether or not you want to do what you want to do. They won't pay you unless you do this specific thing. Is that capitalism?
It's just OSHA rules, right? This is just the world we live in. And I think that there are a few, now that this is the last, we're wrapping up, let me push a few buttons. I think nothing shows black entitlement more than people comparing being an elite athlete paid millions of dollars to slavery. It's crazy. It has not, those employment conditions have nothing to do with race at all. And these athletes are some of the most privileged, well-paid, elite people on earth. They're not slaves because this little clause in the contract, not even close.
Hey. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, see if Olivia was around, I forget what you had to do, but we were having that conversation about the trans stuff, and you had to leave. See, if I was able to finish the conversation with you, then I wouldn't have had to have the conversation with First Amender. However, I don't know if you guys saw, but Sweet Tooth called out that Cool Vic covered that stream, and he covered the one where you can hear and see me even when I'm muted. So I am dying with hope that he clips that up. So if you have any connection to Vic or his editors, I would be very happy. I would be very, very happy if that gets clipped. Shout out to Melted Mind Media. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. The announcement is Lunch now has a Substack. There's so much. Well, I'll just read this part for the newbies. There's just so much I want to talk about that doesn't really fit into the streams I do. It might just be a short news story that I can't stretch over hours, and it's not worth making a video because then I have to worry about playing to the algorithm. Whereas here, I can write with you guys in mind instead. There's going to be a much wider scope here on Substack compared to what you'll see on YouTube, but it's still me, the same let you've known. This is just more of it. And then, I did an example. This would be like one part of a single weekly email. So you just you sign up, and it's a single email. And yeah, even if you're not going to read it, is one more email going to fucking kill you? And so yeah, this would be one of the things in the email. So I labeled it American culture versus white culture. You've got a 4-minute video here about World Cup fan fever taking over the United States, and everybody's being like, "Oh my,
it's so cute." There's also the mind-blowing revelation that is the Cheesecake Factory.
My taste buds have been blessed.
And the wonder of Kansas City barbecue.
And so, just that is where I'm coming from. And then, I talked about how like they're not here. They're Europeans. They're white people. They're not coming here for white culture. They're coming here for American culture. And so like that's something that like I might have said here or there. But like I'm not. It doesn't make sense for me to make a whole video on that. My channel is not primed to have videos go far and wide, and so a lot of stuff just kind of doesn't get said. And so the other thing, I'll keep this open for next time. The other thing was, for example, I already started working on the next one. This is a screenshot from my phone. And so you would see basically like the first topic: are people getting too litigious online, or have things escalated? Talking about Raging Tomato suing Rob Nort and Andrew Wilson, then all the H3 stuff, and like where is that line, and all the all that stuff. I'll write that into a thing. And so if you read that and you're like, I'm not interested in that, scroll right past it. Next thing is Dean Withers versus 20 MAGA women. You might be interested in that. And of course, we know that Jubilee will not let us cover without copyright claiming. And so I just have my comments and the timestamp. So you can throw on the video and, the link's right here. This is just my notes, but in the Substack, it'll be an actual thing. You can click on it, open it, and while you're watching it, you can see the timestamps of my commentary. And so again, just extra stuff where it's like it's similar to what you're getting here, but just more. And of course, it is free.
Not slaves, because this little clause in the contract, not even close. I yield.
All right, Dane.
I'm never sending P. Dusty the join link again, so you or Enos are gonna have to send it to him because this is. I feel dirty. See, when I get off stream,
I subscribed, man. Vulcan stuck with me.
I'm gonna have to take a shower. But I do agree with that, though. It's amazing that you got these 2 millionaires sitting there talking about how terrible their life is and how oppressed they are, and how being an athlete is comparable or the same as slavery. Banners, is that how you pronounce his name? David Banner. I'm looking at your screen right now, Vulcan, whatever. and it makes me think of the guy who Bruce Banner from the Incredible Hulk. Remember back in the 70s?
Yeah, wow. Thank you, sir.
But anyway, his entire argument that he goes from the beginning of this video to the end, he ends up looping back around and contradicting himself. You know, he'll say on the one hand, we need to build our own stuff and everything, businesses and stuff like that. But then he turns around and wants to talk about entertainment and athletics and that sort of stuff. Across the board, those white people that T-Reason ends up saying are racist because they have exploitative contracts, according to him, that they sign with black players.
12 and a half minutes, guys. We already got the $2, $3 in the next 12 minutes to make sure there are no ads for the rest of the night.
As far as I know, they sign those same contracts with white players, you know, but somehow or another, because it's a white team owner, I guess. I don't know who the team owners are because I'm not into that kind of stuff. But because it's a white guy that exploits because it's a white guy that exploits the black guy, suddenly it's based on race and not just business of trying to make money.
Get 'em.
It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense at all. But as we teach people that the reason that you're on bottom is because this group of people is exploiting you, that's the longer it's going to give that mentality of, well, I'm under their thumb. Instead of telling them, get up, blaze your trail, lay out a plan for the next 50 years to build wealth to pass on to your children. Buy real estate, buy stocks, and then instead of selling the stocks, take out loans against the stock, and then the income you get from that loan is tax-free, and you still own the stock. Instead of teaching them finance like that, they teach them learn how to be the best running back, because maybe you'll be Cam Newton or whatever position he played. You know, you could be Cam Newton too. Well, somebody has to be LeBron. So some kid that's in elementary school now will be the next LeBron. But you'd be better off telling your kids to take their allowance, if you give them allowance, and go buy a lottery ticket. I mean, all of this drama that Banner's got where he's dumping up and he's all this performative stuff like that to enhance his message, all feminine thinking.
Shout out to Big Daddy Pod. I think we're going to have some fun. We got TV Viewerski in the building with the big $10 PayPal. And of course, that not only makes you the new sponsor of the stream, that means ad-free for the rest of the night. Thank you. So very, very much, very good to see ya. What is going on? So we are watching a clip from a Vulcan Soapbox panel where I have been invited, and they start. Oh, did they get back to me? Yes, sirree. All right. They have a little time before they go over. So over pre-show stuff, starting 8:15. If you can't get there by 8:15, that's cool. The show's supposed to start at 8:30. Perfect. So we got just under an hour, and we'll check out this stuff. We got some other stuff to check out. Then we gonna get into it, and I feel like it's gonna get heated over there. Especially, you know, I drank a little more than I wanted to last night for movie night. It was a great time, though. Thank you guys for all of that. And what was I going to say? So I'm drinking a little bit more slowly. So hopefully I'm not going to be shit-faced when we get over there. But, you know, I told them that, you know, I have an hour or so. But that's still, it's built in that if I'm enjoying it, we can stay and hang out. But thank you again, TV Viewerski. Rehearsal for what? I think you definitely told me. Are you in a play? Is that what it was? I forget. What are you rehearsing?
Stuff like that to enhance his message. All feminine thinking. It's all looking to be provided for in the failures of, because in feminism, it's the patriarchy that's keeping you down.
Yep.
From Banner's vision, it's the way white people treat him. The message needs to be a man, do the right thing, do your own due diligence, take responsibility for your own failures and for your own life, and get to work.
Based Dane, and a shout out again to our new sponsor of the stream, TV Viewerski. What y'all saying? Oh yeah, you have like a, is it it's not a punk band. It's like it's a rock band, right? Cool. You gotta record some stuff, and we'll play it on the stream.
You know, you want to say on that point, Teason?
Nothing jumped out at me, you know.
And so again, if you're just joining, they're talking. They watched a video where there was two people comparing the NFL draft to slave auctioning.
Obviously, Dane and I are gonna have we're gonna be different opposite ends of the spectrum on this one. But like I said, from the player standpoint,
I'm on top of it, baby.
I want to talk about what Powder Dusty said. You know, he said that athletes are the most privileged because they're millionaires and stuff like that. Well, money not everything. Sometimes, you know what I mean. Sometimes
tell that to the brokies.
You do things
like
for
me.
different reasons. You
Money.
got a lot of players who will take a pay cut just for a shot at a championship. You know what I'm saying? You got players that'll make exceptions and draft other players to the team.
But that sounds like capitalism, where the teams decide, I want to pay more money for better players, and I don't care if you are taking less money from me. I want to win. Capitalism. Shout out to Bog. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Use some money if you are offering. I definitely am not. But what I am offering is a free Substack. Go check it out, guys. Anything that, I just don't have time to fit into a stream or something I really want to cover, I'm going to put it in a weekly newsletter. You'll get one single email a week, and it's going to have a bunch of cool stuff in it. We'll talk about it again in a little bit. But please go subscribe. Even if you don't think you're going to read it, is one more email a week going to kill you? Because it really would help me out. Especially if you already have Substack. Just fine, don't read it. But just sub up. Yeah, TV saying contextually, more money is everything. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And he's only, I don't know him that well. But hey, we got another sub. Thank you. They're talking about a racial aspect of it. And so just jumping around trying to create these scenarios that fit the conclusion instead of working it out the right way.
You know what I'm saying? You got players that'll make exceptions and draft other players to the team so they got more salary cap. So they're doing things for a moral reason, not just for the money.
How does not every corporation do that? I don't understand.
But then we look at some of these owners and we see them doing it just for the money, and we like, well, sometimes y'all.
Yeah, because it's business. It's not personal.
Got to do the same thing. And then, one thing I will say to Dane is he's saying it's business as usual. Come on, man. It's always politics involved. You know what I mean? If you know anything about the
Substack completely free. If it blows up and there's more stuff that people want to be a paid sub over there, then I could do more stuff over there too. But for now, just it's a free newsletter.
Cowboys, that whole franchise is politics. Come on now.
Hold on, Teresa.
But that's not racism.
But yeah,
that's not racism. You're making the jump from politics to racism.
But you said it's business as usual, man.
Hold on, yeah. Well, Teresa,
Dan, you don't need me, bro. You handling the panel. Hey, shout out to you guys. Thank you. I do very, very much appreciate it. And no, that's exactly what the guy was saying earlier. He's like, well, they got these clauses and this and that, and it's racist. And I'm like, hold on. So are you saying that the white players get the same contract and are able to read and understand that they should hire a lawyer, but the blacks, according to T Reason, are too stupid? Huh? Make sense.
I want to give Powder Dusty a chance to address what you said, then Dane next, and then I know Wicked wants to get into it too.
You do
First
have
of
a
all, there's no way
beard.
that you can.
Mine's clean, but it ain't brolic like that. Plus, I have trichotillomania, and so I can I highly doubt this will ever fill in. It's too too you know what I mean? I hate it. But yeah. If true, the NFL is committing white slavery. That's what I said. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun on this panel. We might get kicked off. I'm gonna try to be nice. But you know how I'll be.
That's what you said, then Dane next, and then I know Wicked wants to get into it too.
First of all, there's no way that you can say the players are doing things for more than money, but the owners are not. Both of them are speculative. We're only talking about the business and the money aspect of it, right? Well, the contract, the deals of the contract, right? That's a job, that's employment. This is about money ultimately. Even though every single person on earth has more motives than just money whenever they do anything.
It's a lot more common than people think. And a lot of people, I feel lucky because especially because there's been times where all of this has been damn near bald. And there's naturally the way that I use the microphone, it covers that spot. So that is good. But sometimes like there'll be like that's why I can't grow it like that, because once it gets to a certain level, then I get almost like OCD about like, oh, this little piece is longer, we gotta cut that on this part. And if I am not in a position to use the shaver, then it's like, okay, well, if we just get rid of that one, then it'll be perfect. I know that's not the case. And then there's just a little fucking hole there.
Come on, man. Stupid.
Even though every single person on earth has more motives than just money whenever they do anything. The other thing I would say is that black people are the majority of players in the NFL, or in NBA, right? If
definitely NBA.
Those roles were reversed, I bet you instead of hearing about how NFL players are basically slaves, we'd be hearing about how the NFL is racist because black people are underrepresented amongst the players.
Yup. Hockey racist.
Two things can be true at once, right?
Two things can be true at once, but not these two, brother. Not these two, because they're different. Oh man. I'm going to really have to try. Just take it easy. You guys remind me in chat. If I'm getting a little hype before it's time. Remember, we always talk about going in with goodwill. I'm the new guy. I'm not black and I'm not white, so I don't have a toe in either camp. So we're just gonna, like our boy over here, just kind of sitting and observing and seeing what's good. We won't figure it out. I do it. My hair is a tad longer than yours, and I can't stand when my hair sticks to my beard. That doesn't really happen that often, and I also usually have my hair tied up. That's if I'm not on camera, I usually have it tied up. Yeah. Yep. Yes, you can tell me to take a chill pill, but don't abuse it, because then I'll be like, oh, now you're just fucking with me. That's gonna piss me off more. I'm gonna take it out on that. Don't fuck with me with that shit. I need your help. Legitimately.
I mean, that doesn't change the perspective. That doesn't change the reality that we have right now.
This part is bothering me. I'm like, God damn it, I should have shaved. Like this little piece right there. Yep. And then like in here, that's the other thing about the trichotillomania, that because I purposely shave this out, if I feel myself going here, I'll purposely start pulling these hairs out because I want to shave them anyway. That's where you gotta go. The only majority Indian sport is cricket. And India fucking slays at cricket. Oh man, cricket's fun. Vox, I spend 10 minutes every day pulling my beard from my sideburns. Well, get rid of your sideburns. There you go. Short sideburns, and then just have it start like on here, and then like that. That's a cleaner look anyway than having it out like that and having these hairs as long as these hairs. A little bit. You guys saw the haircut video that I showed. Put a 1 in the chat if you did not see the haircut video. Put a 1 in the chat if you did not see the haircut video.
Our black players, but a lot of times what we're not realizing is that the concussion level that these players face, how they one game away from a career-ending injury.
Okay, how is that different than the white players?
You see what I'm saying? They putting their life on the line on those fields. And
so are the white people.
A lot of us have never been in that situation.
Where did those goalposts go?
You're infantilizing them.
I'm speaking.
Exactly. You're infantilizing them. The whites, they can figure out. And they need to read the contract and hire a lawyer. But T Reason said the blacks. All right, let me find it real quick.
Into the whole thing that they're thinking about when they sign these contracts. I'm trying to tell you some of the things that's going on in their mind when they're looking at how they're being treated. You're not looking at that. You're just saying, oh, well, the owner owns the company, so they signed the contract.
Whatever.
So treat the players however they want to treat them, whether it makes sense for the player or not. We don't have to look.
All right, peep game here. And so my purpose in showing you this is that you don't need to do much. To make yourself look significantly better. Hey, we got Nick Johnson in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. So, we're just talking about beards and everything, and a little side quest that, again, it doesn't take a lot for men. You just do a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and you could look a lot better.
It's this I'm good with. If I can make it look better, I mean, I'm game for it. Just wanting to fix or at least cover it up a little bit. Make it look where it's, I guess it's not noticeable. Like normally I just wear a hat, my self-conscious. Since you have so much weight on the sides here, you see how it's like kind of poofed out? Yeah. That makes you directly focus on this. So if you take some weight off the sides and kind of throw it all forward, then it'll look lighter and like not as thin. Does that
well, actually, I don't want to say anything.
Yeah. Like, would you be open to like a skin fade all the way around? Yeah, I like my long hair, but I mean, if I have to get rid of it to get rid of this look, there's nothing I can do about it. But.
And so even Box, like what this guy already has, this is the before. But notice how this is all long here, but this is significantly shorter. I don't know if that would help, but it looks better either way.
It depends on whichever one you want to do. It's up to you. If you're really attached to the back, we could try a mullet. That would bring it in just a little bit more. My self-conscious, like whatever one you think will look best. Okay. I'm good with. Okay, what do you think about doing to the beard? I wouldn't even know. That's how I always do it. I mean, you just want me to line it up, make it look crispy? Okay.
All right. Give me, because we'll skip through the other ones because they do most of the time is talking about the hair. And so I'll just skip around. But give me a number. 0 to 10. How bad is his hair? 10 is perfect, and that was if you believe in God, that was God. But give me 1 to 10. 1 being the worst, 10 being the best. What do you rate this this hairstyle? Box said 6, maybe 7. Okay, fair enough. Well, this is what everybody says when I start this video. This is what everybody says. And I mean, I don't disagree that if you got hair like that, you probably will look significantly better if you just shave it off. But that's a different conversation. That's a different conversation. His hair is beautiful, but how about the hairstyle? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He's a 9 with the hat, though. 6, 2. It's not too crazy. A 2.
So skin fade on the side, so the bangs forward.
We're going from
beard. Everything sound good. Let's get you back in the game.
Mostly sub 5s with 2 people going above 5. And so now compare that.
You ready for this transformation? Yes, sir. All right, let's do it.
Music.
Monster Hunter beat.
Holy shit! That's the same dude.
Back in the game. You ready for this transformation?
To that. I mean, bro. I mean, come on. So give me a number on this style. Now, I'm not saying like, oh my god, he's so dreamy. But very clearly, this is a much better look. And given that he doesn't have to be, just bald, then, you going from a 2 to an 8. Apparently not, Nick. Apparently not. Nicky went from 3 to 7. Yeah, I mean, he's in that in-between area where it's too short to be long and too long to be short. Just have to grind through that. Well, again, apparently not, because that looked good. Let's do one more. I'm keeping an eye on the time. Olivia said, so when China has an engineered draft, and they say, you may work for Temu, get the best deal. If you don't like it, just eat shit. You are free to fuck off. Is that capitalism? That's how the NFL draft works. An engineer, I don't know what okay, China has an engineer draft, and they say you may work for Temu, get the best deal. And if you don't, well, I mean, as long as you could go with a different company, then yeah. If you go with a different company that's not under, I mean, in China, everything, there's no difference between the government and the corporation. So that is where the analogy falls apart. But let's say that it wasn't like that. Then if the draft, if that would be Temu having a draft, the brand has the draft, not the government. The only reason your analogy works here is because they're one and the same in China. But if you're saying that Temu was having an engineer draft, and they say, look, you can either take this deal or eat shit. You are free to fuck off. Yes, that is explicitly how capitalism works. True. But I mean, the point is, he's a bit too Chad for me. I like the long hair. We metal Gen X chick. Well, this is these are the styles now. All right, let's see what the other guys.
Back in the game.
We got this guy.
Look as good as you can, I guess.
Yikes. And then we go from... God damn! Is that the same dude? God damn! And this one's not that crazy. He just has this super straggly beard. And...
Yeah.
I didn't know. Oh, I forgot about this one. Holy shit! All right, we're gonna watch this one.
we gotta make sure you get you right. Yeah. Oh, he's just kind of
because like, okay, here the hair is not like, oh no, he's got bad hair. This is just like, this is not working, bro. This is not working. From the sweater to the beard to the glasses, everything.
Let's leave it the way it is. I'm gonna be a new man. You ready for this? I'm nervous, but I'm ready. A little nervous. Don't be nervous. It's gonna be crazy.
From this. Are you ready?
New York, do you let it taste? Shut down.
He looks like a different fucking person. He looks like a different person. Yeah, the original look, that ain't it. And even with the shitty sweater. Point being, gentlemen, there are options when you are losing your hair. All these guys are in that in between. Not everybody who has that length of hair is in the process of growing out their hair. Most of those people seemed like they want a shorter haircut, but they just let it kind of grow. You know what I mean? That's a little bit different. He would look dope with a long ass beard. Which the second to last guy. What? All right. So yeah, that was just a side quest to show you that yes, there definitely comes that point where you must decide. Okay, would I look better just fucking shaving it all off, going bald head and a beard? That can be a yes or no question. That is separate from, is that the only option that I have? All right, diving back in here again. It's really just T Reason here, trying to argue that the NFL draft is just like slave auctioning, and is not doing too good of a job.
Look out for the best interests of our players. We look out for the best interests of the name on the jersey on the front, not the name on the back. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's racist because the name's on the back and not on the front?
What?
Yet again, sir, no, I don't see what you're saying.
For the player or not, we don't have to look out for the best interests of our players. We look out for the best interests of the name on the jersey on the front, not the name on the back.
Yep. That's how jobs work. That's what I'm not understanding. Like, it's the same thing that operates at whatever job you are working. It's just not as much money and not as much publicity. If you work at Walmart, they don't care about you. They care about Walmart. If you work at Cheesecake Factory, they don't give a fuck about you. They care about Cheesecake Factory, especially the higher up you go. And that's regardless of your skin color, because it's not personal. It's just business. That was in the video that they were watching. Like, no, it is personal, because that did it. No, sorry, you're just bitching.
You see what I'm saying?
They are already dead.
Business.
Yeah.
Business.
Yeah, but that's,
And I don't know why you keep infantilizing people who are employees, right? You're infantilizing all these football players, saying that they're.
Let him finish his point. The reason let him finish.
How condescending can
I do appreciate Vulcan. I like the level of moderation where it's like, we want the entertainment, we want to let you go back and forth, but like let's do this in a softer way. Softer? You know what I mean.
You be towards people who engage in a contract. These people have spent their whole lives working and training to get to play in the NFL. You think they went through all that stuff without understanding the basic terms of an NFL contract when they were in middle school?
Absolutely. They got a one-track mind. Get on that field and move that football.
Yeah, and when I'm saying that they don't care, I'm saying if it comes down to, okay, they need to choose either you or the company, they're not choosing you. They're not choosing you. Well, I guess you'll have to ask on the stream. So, especially, yeah, if you are on something where you could have multiple tabs, definitely, have this stream open and have that stream open so you can and mute that one so you could be in the chat of both. Yeah, I mean, I might need some help. They might all be against me.
They don't even know how to handle dating in most cases. They don't even know how to handle marriage in most cases. They're ill-equipped. They have a child mind when it comes to some of the things you're well versed on.
How is this just not direct anti-black slavery? We're talking about adult men signing a contract. He said that they have a child mind when it comes to some of these things.
Because you have a different type of mindset.
Because I'm old.
No,
I'm old.
It's not, that's one reason, but that's not the main reason.
I mean, I think you just named a lot of things though, that we all have to learn through trial and error, right? Like Dane pointed out so graciously earlier, absolutely. I'm not on my first marriage, right? Like I had to try a bad one to get a good one, right? Some things you just have to learn through experience.
Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. We are hanging out for about 30 more minutes. And then we are going to be on a Vulcan Soapbox panel with Dane, a.k.a. Big Daddy Pod. Welcome. Their time's the charm, I hear. I took the words right out of my mouth. I would rather never get married than go through 3 different marriages. Like when I was... So this is a perfect example of what would be, one part of the Substack where, I was watching Love is Blind. And some of you remember that I applied to be on Love is Blind like years ago, and they never called me back. But I like that. I think that's a blessing. I am way too emotional and just fucking soft, bro. So like, think of all the different stages to get rejection and heartbreak. Shout out to Equality and Deference because vagina over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Sit, like, and share. My goodness, thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free. It's easy. Helps out the channel so much. It just takes 1 second. And again, it does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome to the party. I knew I should have did this first before I said hello to you. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, yeah. Love is Blind. And so think of all of the opportunities to be in that process and have your heart broken. So first you apply, right? That's already, you're like, oh, maybe this will be the way that I find my wife. And I mean, as a content creator, that would be big to be on Love is Blind. So fine. Then let's say I don't get called back. That's still rejection. But let's say they do call me back. Now there's probably going to be 3 to 5, maybe 10 rounds of interviews. Each interview I go in, okay, maybe this is it. And again, the worry of, well, maybe I'm going to get rejected here, or, oh, I hope I get accepted. Let's say that I get through, we'll use easy numbers, say there's 10 different interview, 10 little interview things. You're just getting water or something. Don't fuck shit up over there. So let's say you go all the way through that, and I get on the show. Then you could still be in a situation where you just kind of don't find anyone. You guys know how to bring him back. There is one way to bring him back immediately. He hears that horn. He comes running. But let's say I get on the show. I'm like, oh, I've got through all of that. I'm on the show. I'm going to be in the pods speaking with real women that can't see me. They can't see that I'm a short little dude. I'm going just on my big personality. I'm about it. Yes, sir. It is a peanut butter night. And then let's say that, nothing happens from there. Then I went through all of that just to come home empty-handed. But wait, there's more. Let's say I go through and I get into a little thing, and there's a girl that I'm really vibing, and I get down on one knee and propose to her through a wall because I felt like I've connected with you so much that without even seeing you, I'm ready to spend my life with you. And she says no. How do you think I'm going to take that? But wait, there's more. So let's say she says yes. And now where now I'm actually going to put a ring on this girl's finger. I'm going to get to see her. I'm going to get to touch her, kiss her, all that stuff. And we go on the vacation, like the honeymoon for a week. Now I'm spending a week in Mexico or Puerto Rico or whatever with this chick that I've been talking to through a wall. It's very different when you're in the same space. And I'm very particular. Maybe it's like, yeah, she's hot. Oh, I forgot one. Let's say that I propose and she says yes. The door's open and she's like, oh, that ain't gonna work for me. That's another level. But then let's say that's fine. We go on the honeymoon vacation and I find that I don't like her. Or she finds that she doesn't like me and she's all cold and whatever. But wait, there's more. Let's say we go on vacation and we're getting along, we get it in, we're having a good time, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then something comes up. You know, just in the normal process of dating. Something comes up. And then all of that. And now I'm actually on this show, so everybody's going to see me fail. But wait, there's more. Let's say I get all the way through that. The honeymoon goes fine, and now we're back to real life where I've got my phone back. I'm going to work. I'm streaming back to you guys again, and she's working. And now the schedules, they don't mix. But wait, there's one more. Let's say I apply. They call me back. I go to 10 different rows of interviews. I go through all the interviews. I go there. I go to the pods. I talk to all the women. I find one that I like. I propose to her. She accepts. The door's open. She's totally cool with me being fucking beautiful, even though I'm tiny. And then we go on this beautiful vacation, and we're having a great time. We're getting closer. We're having a physical relationship now. And we come back to the real world and things are still clicking. You know, it's a little bit harder as real life, but things are clicking. And then, I'm bought in. And we get all the way to me standing at the aisle. There's a thing, and because of the show, like they incentivize the contestants, even if they don't like the person, go all the way through so that they can make the show. So it's never an impossibility that you're spending all this time. You're buying in. You're buying into to everything that's going on. And then she says no at the altar. I don't think I could. I don't think I could do it. Pretty sure you need a physical before you go on, but that would be very not cool. Looks fade, hunger doesn't. Find a girl who can cook. I mean, I could cook pretty well. So as long as she's got the stuff that I like, if she's more organized than I am and stuff like that, that's what I need. I could cook all day. Claudia said, once upon a time, a man asked a woman to marry him. She said no and he lived happily ever after. Good one. Oh, wingman, you gaslight women into thinking you're tall. No, brother. No, brother. This is the opposite. This is the opposite of what you want to do. Yet again, I could make a How I Met Your Mother reference, but you guys suck. You want them thinking that I'm 5'2" or something. I would say, like, I'm really short. Really, really short. And like, I am really short. But like, I'm not, especially if she's not tall. Like, if she's my height or shorter, then I'm fucking cute. I got a big personality. That don't fucking matter. But like, if she's 5'6", 7, you know what I mean? I ain't saying no. I don't know about all that. Well, it depends. Is she going to be on point, or is it going to be the same bullshit that we're finding here, but I'm just paying for it? Because I'm happy to chill. As Claudia said, once upon a time, man asked a woman to marry him. She said no. And he lived happily ever after. Y'all making some good points. The thing is, though, I've not given up that I can find somebody. I've just taken a different approach that it's not worth it to be on the apps and to do all that. And so I'm not like, oh, I'm giving up. I'm just like, yeah, that's not really what I'm focused on right now. When I've got a little, when Morty is gone and I'm putting more time into working out and building the channel and having a little bit more to the what do they call the sexual marketplace value, all that kind of stuff, then it'll be a little easier. I'm not going to have to wade through all these fucking Thors, slores. The good ones will come to me. That is the game. All right, diving back in. Again, this is the Vulcan Soapbox panel. This is a clip, but we will be... Actually, did they start their show yet? Let's see. They're not live just yet. But I don't know who asked about if they're true Vulcan. I would imagine that is that thing, right? What am I doing here? That. All right. I gotta pee.
Like, I had to try a bad one to get a good one, right? Some things you just have to learn through experience.
You mean there's two women that would sleep with you, Dusty?
With enough chloroform.
Okay, Rick Ross. Yeah. So real quickly, Wicked, you have something you wanted to say?
There's a few things that I want to get at here. The first thing would be that
he speaks. This is the guy behind the chat.
How is this different from any other job where an employer has any right to fire you for whatever reason that you want?
Did I not say that? I said exactly that. Shout out to Wicked Kid's Dream. Speaking facts.
Where an employer has any right to fire you for whatever reason that you want, that they want to. That doesn't apply to the NFL specifically. Listen, in the state of Florida where I live, it's a right to work state, which is like many other work states. If you're wearing a shirt I don't like, I could fire you if I wanted to. Not saying that it's right, but that's just the way the laws are worked, and that's just how every job.
It's called at-will employment.
Mostly is. So if any job can fire you for whatever you want, the job of the owner of the business is to put the business first. The job of the employee,
I don't know what that means,
is to put the business first because it is what provides them their income. So their benefit would be to put the business first and actually be loyal to the business because it's what's giving them the money. Now, the business owner is not loyal to the employee. They are loyal to the business because that is what comes first. Every business, the goal of the business comes first before the feelings of any employee. Now, should it be like that?
And to say it in a different way, it's not personal. It's just business.
No. Is it like that? Yes. But being that that's the way it is, it doesn't really matter. Now, you could be loyal to a company and get screwed over. You could be not loyal to a company and be there forever. Mm-hmm. It doesn't really matter. But at the end of the day, a business has the right to choose whatever it thinks it is better for the business, whether you like it or not.
Bro. That if I saw that number 1,000 days straight, how much money are you making from it? Why are you putting so much time and energy into something that's not giving you anything but immediate gratification? Gaming, do your thing. 1,000 days? Do you know what you could have done in 1,000 days? 1,000 days. How many years is that? If I saw that one of my hobbies that was not making me smarter, not making me a better man, a better potential husband, a better father if I had kids, or at least making me money. Exactly. Yeah. You could be a black belt by this. You could. You could. Yeah, 977 days. It's like 1,000 days. I'm not knocking you. I'm just saying. Have you thought about the fact do you think that 1,000 days, 1,000 days is not 3 years. Okay, yeah, about more than that. So yeah, that 3 years, and we're not talking about your 3 hours or 3 years of your waking time. We're talking about 3 years straight. And so in that amount of time, what you could have done is almost endless. And so the question is, are you okay with that? Are you okay with that? If you are, that's your life, brother. I personally would be horrified to know that I put that much time into something that gave me nothing but immediate gratification.
The right to choose whatever it thinks it is better for the business. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant.
That if they choose to do something, that they can't be sued or held liable for what they do. That doesn't mean that they're excluded.
But that depends.
Fair enough. Again, I'm not judging you and saying you should stop. I'm saying this should be something that you're like, yeah, I know it's a lot, but I've made the decision that is worth it to me. Because I couldn't be a streamer. Nobody wants to watch me suck at video games, and I don't think reading Shakespeare would be popular either. You would be surprised. You would be surprised. First of all, there's an entire industry of people watching people suck at video games, and Shakespeare's very popular. Like I was talking to Papa Wudge about how to utilize social media for the laser tattoo removal thing. And so, like, initially when we started, I was putting stuff on Instagram, but it was just like pictures. It was just like before and after pictures of this and, basic stuff. Shout out to T-Bone. Welcome to the party. And, talking to my dad about how to now that he's moved, to use social media in a better way. And I've through doing this, I've learned that you can't just, like, post your work. Because, like, why would anybody follow that page? And so my idea was like, well, you live in a beach area. Why don't you just go along the beach and, ask people about their, do you have any crazy tattoo stories? And so now the page that other people are coming to is just a page of people on the beach telling crazy tattoo stories. Their favorite tattoo, their saddest tattoo, their whatever. And then that will grow because that is the entertainment in and of itself. And then when out of the group that are already following, some are going to want laser tattoo removal. Oh, that's the game. Still not live. All right. They did say 9:30, but he said they go over pre-show stuff starting at 8:15, which would be 9:15 here. It is 9:19. So I'm keeping an eye out. But let's keep rolling. So I guess real quick, let's do, if you are just joining us, then you saw that I have a surprise announcement. I have created my own Substack. Yet another way to get in the mind of the Indian Jesus. So I'll just read this again with you guys. Hopefully, if you read it, if you're here already, then you'll enjoy me reading it slightly differently. So well, we'll skip that. This is for like years down the road. Years down the road, I want to come back. What was our first post? In the same way where we go look at some of the I didn't read your book stuff. It's fun to look back. So that's always a funny thing. So whatever. There is just so much that I want to talk about that doesn't really fit into the streams I do. I'm just saying you probably already know about it. If not, I stream them. It might be just a short news story that I can't stretch over hours, and it's not worth making a video because then I have to worry about playing to the algorithm, whereas here, I can write with you guys in mind instead. There's going to be a much wider scope here on Substack compared to what you'll see on YouTube, but it's still me, the same Lutch you've known. This is just more of it. And so this is an example of one part of one email. So it'd be one email you get for the week, not blasting shit all over the place. I'm going to put everything in one email. And so, you see the title. okay, either you care about that or you don't care about that, and you scroll past and you go to the next one. And so even if there's 10 things and you only care about one of them, then it just took you 10 seconds to scroll through the shit that you didn't care. But we can post videos and stuff. And I did mention this on online, but in the way,
joy extending to the streets, where Cape Verde fans celebrating a stunning draw against Spain, with Boston unlocking all sorts of secrets.
I love Bucky's. It's so cute.
There's also the mind-blowing revelation that is the Cheesecake Factory.
My taste buds have been blessed.
And the wonder of Kansas City barbecue. That unbridled joy.
And so the just a little context, all over TikTok and X and all that, there is a lot of Europeans being like, oh my God, we were so wrong about America. America's great. Look at this and that and that and that and that. So I've been wanting to highlight the notion that specifically Europeans coming to America are amazed with the culture, the food, the hospitality, and every other amazing thing about the U.S. This is proof that what is amazing about this nation is not whiteness or any other skin color. White nationalists love to talk about white culture as if that's something other than redneck stereotypes. The Europeans are predominantly white already, and whom is being referenced when talking up white nationalism. It's not the whiteness. It's the American culture that they love, regardless of their skin color or heritage. This should absolutely put to bed the argument as to what exactly is being exalted in Western chauvinism. It's the culture we all share, not a skin color. Boom. And so that would just be one of the things throughout the week. And again, if you care about that one, you read that one. It's just a little blurb. Not, you move on to the next one. So that was the example there. That's what we're doing here. I may have other videos or articles that I'll share if relevant, but the idea is that I collect a bunch of things like what you just read throughout the week, and you get one email a week that contains the thoughts that either couldn't fit into a stream or just didn't really have to do with the niche of the YouTube channel. I really hope to be able to connect with some of you more, and what streamer doesn't want to be endlessly and thoroughly understood? More to come in the future. Let me know if you have any thoughts or suggestions, and I'm happy to look into things that you want me to talk about. And you can hit subscribe. I would imagine one of the mods put the link in there, and of course my link tree does have that as well. So again, it's completely free, and it's just one email a week, and it'll be a lot of different stuff. For example, I already started working on next week. And so this is just like a notes app thing, but same kind of structure. It's like, are people getting too litigious online, or have things escalated proportionately? And so then there'd be a video embedded, just like the other one, with Rob Noor talking about Sour Tomato suing him. I would be talking about the H3 versus Casey Tron, Denham's, iDubbbz, Noah Sampson, Moist Critical's opinion versus more Pegasus. And, my idea that just like in sports, keep it on the field or in the cage or whatever, but where do we draw that line? And, so on and so forth. And so maybe you care about that. Or maybe you don't. So then you scroll on. And the next one is Dean Withers versus 20 MAGA woman. Unfortunately, we know that Jubilee will copyright claim this if streamed, but here are some thoughts labeled by timestamp so you can watch the video and still get my reaction. So the video will be embedded right there. You just watch for the timestamps. And, 2 minutes in, that's after they welcome to this and that. He's already starting with the, if I speak fast, I'm right. The prompt is about leadership, and he doesn't understand why she's talking about the Middle East. Then, just a bunch of other stuff here, 11 minutes, 15 minutes, 16 minutes, and going all the way through the video. And that's just a small example. I don't really know the depths of how far what you can really do with Substack. So there's going to be a lot more, and there's going to be a lot of changes as I kind of find my footing. So yeah, please go subscribe. Again, it's completely free. Worst case scenario, you get one extra email that you didn't like per week, and you warm my heart. Quality said that tattoo of Hitler on my forehead was such a bad idea. Yeah, right. Like if there's somebody on a South Carolina beach that is willing to tell that story, you're telling me you don't want to hear it. You're telling me you don't want to hear it. Come on. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. Still not live. All right, well, I'll click the link in a second and see. Well, we'll at 9:30. So we'll click the link and see what is good. Exactly. Hey, there's a lot of people who are of all ages liking people of all ages. You know, there's boomers out there. They'll be like, "Oh, Nikki, oh yeah, oh." They would love it. Be a booby streamer. Oh my goodness! Shout out to Quality and Deference because Vagina with the $2 said lasers for the win. What? I don't know what that means, but lasers for the win with the tattoos. Got it. Thank you. So very much appreciated. Let's get the banner. That brings us to 17 points out of 250. That is 3 donos for the night out of 15 and $14 out of 75 for the night. Guys, thank you so very much. Boom. There we go. Thank you very much. There you go. Box at my account itself is worth 3,200 3,230. If I just sold it outright, no skins, 4608 in CS skins. Okay, so forgive me, I'm not in this world. So you're saying some of the stuff that you bought in game can be sold. I do not understand skins. Like it eludes me. It eludes me why you would pay money for your video game character to look different. But hey. But I mean, hey, as long as there's something. Like I said, it wasn't meant to judge you. It was meant to stop and make sure that you are happy with your own shit. I'm a journalist now. Well, like I said, the first podcast that I had, it was the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, and the whole goal was to figure out how to write a book by talking to a bunch of authors. Damn it. There we go. Shout out to Equality and Deference again. Send a donation on behalf of our good Mr. Johnson with the $2. Thank you. So very much. Oh my goodness. All right, let me get that before I forget. Boom. That brings us to 19 out of 250, 4 out of 15, and 16 out of 75. Thank you. Gamers. Yeah. Nope. I would obviously not turn that down, but I have no desire to talk to that kid. It would be exactly like the fucking First Amender thing. And he's better at that, like, bullshit type of than I am, because, I'm in good faith. So I don't know if that would be ideal. Nope, he loves his tattoo. Shout out to David Gill over on Rumble. Welcome. It started behind, but I've caught up now. I have that argument with my son constantly about paying things for in games that have no actual benefit. Yeah. And so Box is talking about reselling them, but are you planning on doing that? Is that a thing that people do? Like buy used skins? Ooh, that sounds gross. But I don't know. Again, it's not for me. It's not for me. I was just saying, make sure, or rather, I was saying if I had learned that I had spent 3 years straight, not 3 waking hours, 3 years of waking hours, 3 straight years doing something, and it didn't make me money, a better person, find a wife, something like that, then I personally would feel like that was wasted time. Just saying. You say, only pay money for me to look different. I'm not buying skins in games. Yeah, like what? I don't get it. I don't get it. TV, thank you so very, very much. Our sponsor of the stream. I said better than buying 4 skins. Yeah. Yeah. You have to understand, First Amender threw up a graph attached to a study no one has read. No one even knew what they were looking at, and he was transcribing the whole chat and not reading. It was strange. Well, he's a strange little dude. He's still all right. Let's pop back. It says they're not live. I don't know if it's a different channel, but we'll click here. We'll click in. Should I put the TIJ first or last? And fuck it.
He said, I have done the research. Sometimes you got to hit a bitch. That's what he said.
For some reason, I feel like if they're just getting monetized, that's not a good start topic. Should we?
What up, Lutch?
I mean,
that's
hey,
enough.
I'm not disagreeing
that's enough
with
for
the
you,
topic.
Wicked. Lutch just came on panel. What up, Lutch?
How's it going? How's it going? Glad to be here.
Pretty good.
Thanks for coming, man.
Yeah, what channel is hosting this? Because I was looking at
this is the Vulcan Soapbox. Now I'm streaming too, Lutch. I'm dual streaming. You know, man, I'm getting high tech redneck over here, man.
It's saying you're not live. I don't
Do what
know.
now?
Good, but I'm on Vulcan at Vulcan Soapbox.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
it.
It's saying it's not live. I was waiting. That's why I was waiting.
Or it's not live
we
yet.
haven't gone live yet.
Oh, gotcha.
No, we haven't gone live yet.
All right.
What?
All right, we good.
What they like doing, Lutch, is they like getting the beginning people like us gathered up, and then they'll go over a few little things, you know, and then they'll roll on out. We're just running a few minutes behind. We always do. You know, it's Enos. You see him up there in the corner of the panel. He looks like a Temu version of LeBron James. And then we got Vulcan. He'll come on in a few minutes. It's weird. It's weird, Lutch, because, you know, I tell everybody this. Vulcan looks like my youngest son, except he's black. And then there's another guy that I think is coming on. He calls himself Freshly Snipes, which I think is really funny, like Wesley Snipes.
Nice. Well,
he's real dark, so he says he has to hold up for the Dark Brothers.
Just so you guys know, you are also live on my end.
Okay.
That's fantastic, man.
Cool.
Yeah, I came across.
Got some dual streaming going on today.
Oh,
yeah. I came across Vulcan one day. He popped up on Cooley's panel over there on No Fugazi. And so just because he looked like my son, like a black version of my son, I said, I'm going to go check this guy's channel out, you know.
I got to see that episode. I never seen Vulcan on Cooley's side.
Yeah,
There's been like 2 episodes.
Times.
I think there's like 2 or 3 episodes. I know there's definitely 2, possibly 3.
Yeah.
Okay, I might have to.
I don't ask my father-in-law
I mean,
where
you're
he
gonna
was
have
at,
to go.
you know, years
You're probably
ago.
gonna have to go at least
anything.
a year back.
Is it that long ago?
I would say at least a year back, maybe.
I don't
maybe
know.
at least a couple
But, so, like, I have their page open.
Yeah, I mean, because
Lutch, you probably don't ever have anybody show up that looks like you, huh?
Debates since then. That's a long time.
I never had what?
No, this was just a regular show.
Looks like you.
Oh,
you're all talking at once. What is it?
Yeah. You know, I was asking you, you know, if you ever had, I said, you probably don't have anybody ever show up that says, hey, you know, I got a friend that looks just like you.
I mean, it happens a lot more than you would think. It happens a lot
really?
more.
Every time he goes to church.
I mean, because a lot of people are like, oh, you're brown. You look like the other brown guy. I mean, they ain't wrong.
You don't believe how many times people told me I look like somebody, and then I see the person, and I'm like, nah.
Hey, yo, fellas, how's it going to Indian Jesus, PIJ? What's going on? We got Enos.
Thank you.
Hey, so I'm glad you're able to join us. Hey, we're gonna go live. Give me some time. I'm gonna give y'all the exact minutes in a few minutes. But hey, Therese, go ahead and send me that video. Danny, you sure you want to cover that?
I can't.
Oh no,
I can't do it right now. It's on my phone, and I'm using my phone for the camera. So it'll
no, not necessarily. You know, it's up to y'all. But You know, I sent one too. That was there was like a man on the street kind of thing where it was a Juneteenth thing where a man on the street kind of set up. The guy was going around at a Juneteenth gathering asking people to read a paragraph or a few sentences,
so
and they couldn't read it.
I'm going to put the chat over here. Since
I was thinking, man, that might be something good to cover. Is like, you know, the question of why there seems to be such a focus, seems to be such a focus in the black community on entertainment and athletics and observing, you know, symbolic holidays and stuff, and not so much in history and literature and math and science and such. I sent that to the group text between the three of us, the four of us, me and you, and
hit those goals, and
Vulcan and
one night
CJ
can kill the opportunity for a movie night. So make sure you are.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it again real quick.
This, the topic, I have no idea. I have no.
Yeah, I don't even remember which one was the video I sent. I'd be finding random.
Blade's another one I never saw. I know, David.
Well, nobody pays attention to what you send anyway, Wicked. I mean, you're an Italian.
Kind of like your paragraphs.
This is what I mean. Dealing with streamers. Oh my God, everybody.
I have a lot to say. If you think I talk a lot, wait till y'all get to know Lutch here that just came on.
I am on time.
That boy can talk. I'm going to text it straight to you, Enos, if you, the one about the Juneteenth thing.
I think I can find. Hold on. I'm gonna hop out right quick. Hold on.
Try and decide on topic or.
Well, what they do, Lutch, what they typically do, the way that Vulcan and Enos and CJ envision it is kind of like having a conversation in the barbershop, but they want to go deeper into the logic and the critical thinking processes, because what they want to do is they want to use a platform to teach critical thinking to people in general, but from their perspective, you know, teaching it more to the black community as far as like the primary target to try to raise the, you know, critical thinking skills. When is Vulcan's going to be on? Isn't he, Enos? Where did Enos go?
Enos.
He just did pop out.
Oh, there he is.
And the devil.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Didn't you say Vulcan was coming on?
Yeah, he's coming on. Oh, I think
Hey, Vulcan, go to that last video I sent you on Facebook. That's a good one.
Yeah, Lutch. You'll like Vulcan. He's a really, really, really logically minded fella. He's kind of the captain of the SS Enterprise, I guess, instead of actually Dr. Spock. But
nice. We were just watching the video posted on the channel. It wasn't the last one. It was something with the NFL draft. And we're trying to see what the vibe is over here.
Oh, wait. Did I just send you that video? Oh, was it Dane? I think I just sent one of you guys that video of where it was a mother saying that she wanted to disown her son because he wanted to have a relationship with his father.
Yeah, I see that.
I haven't seen that.
You sent that to me, Wicked.
Yeah, that's the one that I sent to you.
Okay, we might cover that.
I'm
like
sure
I said,
they will.
Topics already.
Let me know when they go
got the topics
live, so I can pull their chat on.
You know, we got guests on the show.
Critical thinking to women. Good luck with that.
Yeah. I mean, I was saying we're trying to figure stuff out, random things. You know, that could always be something.
Yeah,
because you can get a lot of women to disagree with that one and probably get some hate for. You know, probably also get some people that agree with it.
Yeah, Lutch. Usually it's a lot more together than this, but unlike me, these guys have other jobs, you know, so
do I.
I guess they're just running a little late. We're usually on by now.
Oh, good.
Yeah, if Vulcan was here, say he'd have that whip out on Enos, and then Enos would have it all together.
There we go.
There's the Vulcan.
There we go.
There he is.
And again, guys, you can see on my thing.
Dot.
If this is muted, that means I'm talking to you.
Hey, Lutch, looks like you and Vulcan's got something in common right now. Y'all both got a dot.
What? It's not a red dot. It doesn't count.
That's only depending on where it's aimed.
Yeah, Wicked. When I first met Lutch, you know, I was trying to find out if it was American and Native American or, you know, East Asian. He came out with that dot, not feather. I was like, okay.
You know, East Asian. Hey, I want to ask you something, Indian Jesus.
What's up?
Hey, you said that you was trying to figure out the vibe. You watched one of the videos. What was your thoughts on it?
I thought there was a lot of good conversation. Dane, I would imagine you guys are familiar with the Speakeasy platform, and I've been on that platform before. And he's saying that if that's more of like a bar fight, this is more like jujitsu, and I like that. That does seem to be the vibe that y'all are willing to get into it, but
if we ever get started, huh?
That's so
there we go.
All right, y'all see the rules. Like you said, it's probably different from the other shows, but just when you engage, just make sure y'all listen respectfully. You will get the time to speak. If you're speaking, get off topic, or we all were talking to the host, which is going to be Vulcan, you will be muted, but you will get a chance to express your ideas and debate your points. Engage it to ideas, not the individuals. Just make sure you're just attacking the ideas. Be careful attacking the person. Avoid inflammatory, disrespectful.
Quality, thank you so very
also
much.
share the floor.
You have a good one. And we got Mystery Man in the building.
From the host,
me
we will be communicating in the private chat.
Hopefully that means they're going
pay attention to
live.
that.
Right
professional conduct, avoid profanity, sensitive, etc. I know y'all have been on YouTube, so y'all know the words I can't say. And that's it. Oh yeah, so we got new guys in the NGs. If you can put your contact information, maybe your email, Facebook, or something, so I can invite you for future shows. All right.
Yeah, I can put the
private
for you.
All right, so Vulcan, I got the questions up. I don't know if you can hear me. I got all the questions. So probably not going to do any videos today. We're just going to get to, like Dan said, just some discussions.
I got that video that I sent you, man.
Oh, you okay? You want? All right, I'm gonna pull that up. I appreciate that, and then Jesus. All right. Which one is it?
It's the last video I sent you on Facebook Messenger.
I got you. And when I pull this up, you're gonna have to lead it.
Okay, that's fine.
Introduce it. Whatever. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and copy that link.
What's up, fellas? What's going on?
I'm glad you're here, Vulcan, because T Reason was about to blow it all up, mess it all up. So you're here to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, we had a quick adjustment. One of the hosts, he had a late Father's Day situation. So
bullshit. There's always some bullshit. Oh, please don't leave him behind the fucking chat.
So we had to do an audible on the play.
Avoid profanity.
What's going on, T Reason, Dane, Wicked, the Indian Jesus? Thanks for being on the show, my man.
What's going on? How are you doing?
All right, so I'm sure it's already told y'all, but today this show is gonna be a little more loose than usual. So if y'all got any topics y'all want to cover, anything y'all want to send in, just put it, send it to Enos and he'll put it up there and we can talk about it.
Yeah, typically, Lush, they'll have like a video for us to react to, and then we'll delve into the, our perspectives on it and go from there. But I guess they're cutting it up a little bit different today.
Mm-hmm.
Damn for whatever.
All right, so
we could cover your video first, T Reasons.
Okay, then let's do it. Just do what you do. Okay, I hope this makes you appreciate. I hope this makes you appreciate.
So everybody, we got Wicked here. Indian Jesus, T
I am
Reasons.
always on time.
We already went over the rules, so
always.
Let's go over the second thing. We get started, guys. Let's start with Dane. Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
Yo, yeah. I'm here. I'm here now.
Sir, T Reasons.
Oh my God.
Yeah, mic check. I'm here.
I like the camera. I'm glad you're using a better camera so the eyes can see you, man. You're one of the favorites.
Yeah, I had to upgrade, man. And I got more stuff coming soon. We're gonna get a better backdrop and everything too.
Too bad he couldn't upgrade that face we're looking at though. We still got the same face.
Hey, it's gonna be the same issue for you every time. You're gonna need some tissues for your issue, man. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so
get used to it.
What's up, man? You can hear me? I'm good.
All right, and the Indian Jesus.
Testing. 1 2 3.
All right, my guy Vulcan.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we are going to go
We've
live.
We've already been talking to each other. What are you
5,
checking?
4, 3,
finally,
2, 1.
1.5, 1 3/4. There we go.
You're tuning in to the Vulcan Soapbox.
It's still not live.
It's your show, Vulcan. Come on, man.
I'm here to stay on my soapbox and proclaim that to the world. Yes, sir. Welcome to the show, all my folks out there, people that enjoy being critical and breaking things down. Welcome to the show, all my folks. It means you got to be the awkward person in the room. That's really uncomfortable for people out there, but that's what we do. So we got a good panel today. Let everybody introduce themselves, starting out with Wicked. Go ahead, my man.
So, man, I go by Wicked. Just, here to have a nice in-depth conversation, a little back and forth, and, try to get down to the meat and bones of situations.
Yes, sir. We got the Indian Jesus on, man. Go ahead and introduce yourself, man. Tell us how to find you. Anything you got?
How's it going, guys? I am the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. I'm live here on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you should definitely hit that bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party. I'm also on socials at Indian Jesus Off like official. Indian Jesus Off. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. T Reason.
What's up? It's T Reason, the one and only Reason. It's good to be here to see everybody. Hopefully we get into some good topics, have us some good gentleman debates, and everybody stay on topic. You know what I'm saying? Because we have good old Dane here. I know sometimes he can get a little sidebar, a little sidetrack. We're going to keep the show rolling today.
Okay, the Dane. What's up, my man?
My Vulcan. It's a shame that T Reason don't have any other cause in life but Big Daddy. But I'm Dane on the Big Daddy pod. I'm the Big Daddy because I'm big and I'm a daddy.
Was it not yesterday?
5 times. And I ain't even Catholic.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
I'm just a Baptist that can't count to 28 on a regular basis. But I'm here, glad to be here. Getting started a little bit late, but that's okay. I'm used to that. I do appreciate Lutch coming here from the Indian Jesus podcast. He's really an entertaining guy. He'll bring a lot to it. He'll be somebody that usually be able to help me beat up on T Reason. So I'm happy to be here and ready to go.
Hey, many have tried, many have failed. Come on now.
Ain't nobody listening to you, man. We try to get the show started here.
All right, so that rounds out the panel for the day. So yeah, I'm the Vulcan. Excited to do another show. So we got T Reason has a video for us. So we got it pretty much ready to go. I guess I'm assuming we do. So T Reason, anything you want to say before we get into the video?
I sent him the question. This is something that I've been thinking about for a little minute. I've kind of noticed the incongruency. So I want us to go ahead and watch the video and then give our opinions on it. Give our stances.
Oh, we need to. I think he's.
All right, sounds good. All right,
I think he's pulling up every chat anyway.
Stop telling black folk that Republicans. All right, so the same people who never stop telling black folk that Republicans freed the slaves somehow have a problem with the holiday celebrating enslaved people becoming free. And that contradiction tells you exactly what this talking point is actually about. Because whenever somebody criticizes the modern Republican Party's relationship with black people, they immediately run to Abraham Lincoln. Now, Democrats had slaves and Republicans freed the slaves from the Democrats. Okay, that's cool. Then why does Juneteenth bother you? Why is the holiday celebrating the emancipation that apparently Republicans were responsible for suddenly divisive, woke, and unnecessary? If ending slavery is one of the Republican Party's greatest accomplishments,
that's why
it should be one of y'all favorite holidays.
America birthday
but
number
the
one.
truth is, these folks ain't talking about freeing slaves because they cared about black freedom. They only bringing it up because they want partisan credit. They want leverage over Democrats who accuse them of racism. They love the story.
I just don't care.
Republicans are the heroes and black people are just people who got
go for it.
But Juneteenth is a problem for them because this holiday shifts the focus of that story. It centers the enslaved people who were waiting on freedom. It reminds us that freedom was delayed, it was resisted, and it had to be enforced even after emancipation was proclaimed. Because Juneteenth is not just a celebration that slavery ended. It is a reminder that white people fought to preserve slavery, ignored emancipation,
white people
and
also fought
continued
to end
exploiting
slavery.
black people until federal powers forced force them to give that up. So when somebody brags that Republicans freed the slaves, but complains about Juneteenth, understand what they telling. They are more interested in the political credit for emancipation than the actual meaning of Black freedom. Because you cannot claim ending slavery as one of your party's greatest achievements while resenting the people who were enslaved for celebrating it. At that point, you are not honoring emancipation. You are using it as leverage for partisan bickering and
Fair.
partisan arguments.
Fair.
And we not having
Very fair.
All right, so this.
All right, here we go.
You want me to read the question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Is the Republican Party disdain for Juneteenth a contradiction? That's the question for the video.
Is the Republican Party's disdain for Juneteenth a contradiction?
I don't see how it would be a contradiction. I mean, I personally don't care. Like, you want to celebrate? Go ahead and celebrate. That's not something that's in my culture and something that I care about. But I have no problem with it. And as someone in my chat said, best thing that Biden did, give us another federal holiday. Day off of work.
Unless you don't work for the federal government.
I was going to say, I'm a dog trainer. I work for the federal for corporations anyway. But
for who? I was about to say, who gets the day off? My job revolves around holidays.
Well, some people.
So Wicked,
but the rest of us, though, Wicked, are not called girls.
It's not a contradiction.
No, I think that not liking a thing, a contradiction has to have two parts. So saying I don't like that, what is it contradicting?
Okay, they're saying, so they're taking credit for freeing the slaves and at the same time doing everything they can not to honor Juneteenth.
That's begging the question, though.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Is that's the question is there disdain? Is it?
No. When I say begging the question, when I say begging the question, to reason, I mean you're assuming that a question has been proven to be correct when you haven't proven it's been correct. The question that's being begged is, does the Republican Party disdain Juneteenth? The guy in the video assumes that they do, and then he argues from that perspective, but he hasn't presented any argument to show that it is true.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know
begging the question.
I know people who are like, oh, I don't, same as me. Like, I don't really say it, whatever. But I don't know anybody who's like actively angry about Juneteenth. I'm not saying that there aren't those people, but I don't know how representative of the average conservative, Republican, whatever you want to say. I certainly could.
So one example I can give you, one example I can give you is Charlie Kirk. He said it shouldn't be a federal holiday. And he fought against it several times.
So what's the contradiction?
Wait,
before we even get there, wait. What was his reasoning? He said he didn't want it to become a federal holiday because of what reason?
He said we already have an Independence Day. We don't need another one.
I agree with that.
We already have.
That's a good point.
Are you not? I mean, this is that's kind of where I come from. Like, I am my culture is America, and America. Being birthed is the celebration that now, past slavery, we have to celebrate all that makes America great, and ending slavery is one of those things. So
why
again,
not celebrate?
if you want to celebrate on an extra day,
you're contradicting yourself right now. So you might be the walking contradiction we're talking about.
Okay,
because you literally just contradicted yourself.
How so?
Because you said we should celebrate America, right? Mm-hmm. This is a part of celebrating America.
Okay, so go celebrate America.
But
what's the contradiction?
The contradiction is there's people in the Republican Party that are fighting to remove it as a federal holiday. They don't want it.
But that's not me. Is anybody?
But what does that have to do?
I'm not saying
contradiction?
See.
So let's say it was. Let's say I'll take the devil's advocate. F Juneteenth. Yes. This is the dumbest holiday ever. Yes. What's the contradiction?
You have to be first. You have to follow the flow of the video, okay? So the flow of the video is first, Republicans are saying the Democrats are the ones who are first.
Okay, so this is not a relevant video because you're talking about.
But T reason. Hold on a second.
It's very relevant because you guys are omitting information.
We're just not those people. You have Democrats who want to take pew-pews and do all that nasty stuff. We could say, well, you're
irrelevant information.
But that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Look, T. Let me understand.
It's not relevant to the conversation.
Hold on. Look, T. Let me see if I can understand what you're saying real quick. You're saying it's a contradiction because they, at one hand, say oh, we ended slavery. We don't want
freed the
slavery
slaves.
anymore. We freed them. We
Yeah.
freed them. Right? They're not
Yeah.
slaves anymore. And now the contradiction is that they don't want to celebrate the holiday. Wouldn't the contradiction have to be that we want to put them back into slavery?
No.
I mean, that would also be a contradiction.
That's like saying you got to go all in to be proven to be something. You're it's like you're saying you can't be partially something. You have to be all the way something. You see what I'm saying? So in order for it to make to be a part of the argument, they have to go to the extreme. They can't go to the middle ground, or they can't be in opposition.
Who is they?
So
yeah,
the
that's what I'm
Republican
who's
Party.
they?
The Republican
Who's
Party.
they?
The Republican
All of
Party.
them?
The
All of them?
Republican Party. No, not
All of them.
Okay,
Because
so
obviously, there's always going to be an exception.
So if it's not
nobody
okay,
majority.
Okay, so 51% of them.
Majority, yes, majority.
So
You have a source
okay. Can
on
you
that?
prove that to me?
I mean, there's plenty of sources.
Okay, bring it up.
I would like to prove on that because
I will definitely have a bigger
because
problem
what I'm
with the
saying,
Republican Party.
I would
51%
agree
of
that
people-
there's always going to be some people in a party that disagree with what the basis of the party is, but that doesn't mean that the party as a whole represents that. I mean, I could turn that back around and say, okay, well, that means every Democrat in the world, or they all believe that you should train your children.
Yeah, that's exactly
what
the point
some
that I was
people
making.
say. That's what some people
but they're
say.
wrong, right? Are those
But does that
people
make it
wrong,
true?
right?
But does that make it true?
No.
Hold on, because
here's-
somebody says it doesn't mean it's true.
You're right, but here's the problem, though.
Okay,
they bear the burden of being the party that's more of a proponent for that. So they bear the burden of
How?
saying, okay,
How?
well,
Show
we
me
have
how.
Congress in our-
How? Show me one example
I'm
where
gonna show you
Republicans
how.
are trying to put black people back
meant
into
to be
slavery
cliche. He's
while
too
saying
dumb
that
to
we
figure out
freed
what we're
slaves and
actually
we don't
saying.
want them to be slaves, but at the same time putting them back into slavery. That would make it the contradiction. Just because you don't like a holiday
almost like you
and
don't
saying
have
you freed
ears.
them, that's not.
Yes.
I have
Ricky,
ears.
It's almost like your ears don't work, because that was not what was said. We never said.
Well,
the
you
Republican
said
Party
you
is trying-
you
No,
said
that's
that
not
the
what was
Republican
said.
Party
You just-
said that
you just
we freed
said-
slaves, and
You just went
because
off
like
on
they
a
don't want to
tangent about
celebrate the
something that
holiday.
never got said. You literally just put words in my mouth.
Okay, so did you not say that the Republican Party said that they freed the slaves, right?
Okay.
Then the contradiction is that they don't like the holiday of
No.
freeing the slaves.
Yes, that is the contradiction. But you took
Because
it to
you
an
don't-
extreme. You took
How
it
did
to
I take it
extreme
to
by saying, let me finish, because you keep interrupting. I can't even say what I'm about to say because you keep spazzing out. You said that they want black people to go.
Where the
back
fuck
into
have you
slavery.
been, bro?
You
This
said
is absolutely
that
not
the
true.
Republican Party wants
God,
black people to go back into slavery. You were saying that
That would be
true,
that would
but that's what you're
that would
saying
be the
they
contradiction.
want to do.
If
But
that's
no,
what they
no,
wanted
no,
to do.
no,
If that is what they wanted to do. Not
them
that is
not
what they
wanting
want to
to-
do.
Them not wanting to celebrate the holiday is also a contradiction in the fact that you can't see that can be something that can be considered also a contradiction is the root of the problem.
So
Just because you don't want to celebrate a holiday doesn't make you a contradiction.
What about
That's
all the
what you're
people
not
who are saying that they're
understanding.
not going to celebrate July 4th?
Contradictory.
So hold on, whoa.
It's very contradictory.
T-Reason.
They don't have
How
a
is it
problem
very
with any of-
contradictory? What do they have to do? What does freeing a slave and not wanting to celebrate a holiday have to do with?
Because when you start to see a pattern of them only having problems with black holidays and you don't see them having problems with any other holidays on the calendar, then it's pretty obvious why they have an issue with that.
What other black holidays do they have a problem with now? What other black holidays do
History
a
Month.
majority?
This is why I told
Black
them that I
history.
have 1 hour.
You see what I'm saying?
I told them I have 1 hour
shown
because
what
if it is
Republicans have a
any
problem.
dumb bullshit.
What Republicans have a problem with Black History Month?
Look at how they trashed Obama's ceremony that he had for opening up his community center.
Thank you.
You see what I'm saying?
Very much.
So it's like when
Who
you
trashed? Who trashed? What do you mean by trash?
fucking
What did they do to trash it?
what
did they do to trash it?
They called it a trash can. They said it was distasteful. They said it was a waste of.
We got Big Daddy Bod
resources.
in the chat.
But how is that a contradiction? Somebody disagreeing. Well, would you say that if you took the amount of money that it took to do that compared to the amount of money that somebody else was able to do with the exact amount of money, and the size difference between the two of how much more they were to accomplish, would say that's a waste of money on the other person?
Okay,
if somebody is able to do more,
then you got to apply that to the things that those same people are doing. You got to look at the celebration that was.
That's
on
not
the
a
White House
contradiction.
lawn, that trash. Yes, it is, because you got to look.
What trash?
You got to look at how they're.
What you mean? The trash when there were transvestites flipping out their.
Can we get a definition of what you think contradiction means?
Yeah. So we got one comment right
Contradiction
here.
is when you're not in alignment in support of your original stance. So you take a stance on something and then you're opposing to that in some way, shape, or form, however big or however small that may be. It is a contradiction to your very original purpose.
Okay.
So if they're trying to say that their purpose is to free the slaves and to also, like the Indians Jesus is saying, is to celebrate America. This is a part of America.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. T-Reason, do you drink alcohol by any chance?
Get somebody else a shot.
Hang on, Wicked.
To change his mind real quick. Okay, the Indian Jesus, you want to give it? Go ahead. It's on you.
Yeah. So, question for T-Reason: do you think it's okay if, we'll say specifically Black people, don't want to celebrate July 4th?
Absolutely.
Why wasn't that contradictory?
No, they didn't have anything to do with the founding of this country.
But you're saying that you're supposed so it only matters that the Republicans have to do what you want, but you don't have to do what the Republicans want. And it's not a contradiction.
You sound like a little girl. You sound like a girl.
Nope, I sound like a grown ass man.
You think you do. I'm about to tell you why you don't. Because the Republican Party took part in freeing the slaves. It's something that they take credit for every single time. These people that you just talked about that don't want to celebrate July 4th had nothing to do with the founding of this country. So they have a right to not celebrate something that they didn't take part in.
Hold on. Nobody alive today had anything to do with founding the country. You are fighting, you are literally fighting ghosts. You are literally fighting ghosts. Either the people that are not alive who think that way, or people who are not on this panel. Do you understand? Do you understand what the rest of us? If you shut up for a second, you'll understand, because you're not understanding a lot at all. What I'm telling you is that the prompt was that whether it or not, it is a contradiction. We have shown beyond the shadow of a doubt that it's not a contradiction. You may think that those are two things. You may think that those are two things that must go together. And other people may disagree. That is not a contradiction. I think that if you're a dog owner, that you should think that dogs belong on furniture. But it's not a contradiction if you own a dog and say no dogs on the couch. Is that a contradiction? Because I think those two ideas should go together. So if you don't have both ideas, then you're contradicting yourself, right?
It sounds like Indian Jesus is talking about.
What is it a contradiction?
Is
it a contradiction? That's a yes or no question. Is it a contradiction?
No, it's not.
Okay,
no,
so then how is that any different than what we're talking about with Juneteenth?
Because it's not relevant. Because
it's an analogy.
The Republican Party actually took place in these
no
things,
contradiction. No contradiction.
No, it's
so
not.
Tell me the difference between the dog and the Juneteenth.
I'm trying to, but you keep talking. You got to
let me finish so that you know what you're responding.
Y'all want some of this?
You should be finished already. The fact that you're still going,
I know that you might have that TikTok Subway Surfer brain. Do I need to put
Vulcan?
Subway Surfer over my head?
Would you like some?
I was talking for 30 seconds. He's like, "Wow, my God, what are we doing?"
Big Daddy, I know you want some of this.
That's longer than that. Oh man.
Go ahead. What are you saying?
But you cannot equate that to the same thing because the Republican Party actually played a part in freeing the slaves.
What does that have to do with me? I used to be a never Trumper.
I voted for Hillary Clinton. To do with it.
So then why are we talking about it?
Because we're talking about the Republican Party.
Okay, fine. So some Republicans don't like Juneteenth, and that's bad.
Comprehend that is like mind blowing.
What is the point? Yes, it is
the
bad.
The question was about the Republican Party.
Okay,
you're taking it personal.
I will concede that it makes sense for you to be mad that other people are mad at Juneteenth. It is not a contradiction, but it is okay for you to be mad about that, which is also not a contradiction. Next,
you can get out of your own head and actually listen with comprehension, you can be enlightened and you can understand exactly what I was just trying
I can't
to
wait to review this one. This is gonna be fun.
You got to go back and look because everything you brought up has nothing to do with the original point.
Oh, we will.
T-Reason.
All right, so yeah, Dane, go ahead.
T-Reason. T-Reason. Can you give me an objective argument for why the Republican Party's abolition of slavery, which is a historical fact, T-Reason, that's not something that's claimed the Republican Party was responsible for the abolition of slavery. Can you give me an objective argument to explain why it is that their abolition of slavery would compel them to have to celebrate and observe whatever damn hell holiday it is that people come up with years down the road and say, well, now you have to do this or else you're a bad person? Wouldn't that be, in a sense, enlisting the Republican Party in a sort of slavery to your preferences?
Absolutely. That would be like the Spurs or the Knicks winning the championship.
He don't even understand that he just killed his own argument.
That would be like the Spurs, the Knicks winning the championship and the Knicks players not celebrating the championship.
How dare they?
I have no idea.
But
what a contradiction!
It's actually, you're talking over me. Just shut up for a second. It's the same thing. It's
but it's so much fun.
More rope to hang yourself.
Can I get their mics muted for like 2 seconds so I can get this out? Because it's like the same. It's actually worse for the Republican Party because they actually lost lives fighting for this freedom. And now all of a sudden the celebration is being had and they want no parts of it. Imagine your favorite football team winning a championship and the players that were on the field not on the field wanting to celebrate.
Okay.
How often do you see that happen? Can you name one time? Okay, tell me a time.
You
Tell
think
me a
that
time.
wait.
No, you just said very often.
Did you think?
So tell me a time.
Yes, or
Tell me
whatever
a time.
what was the day of the next one? I don't know. I don't
Name
know
the
about
players.
that day. Are you telling me?
players.
Are you
Okay,
telling
so you
me?
have no
Are you
idea what
telling
you're
me?
talking about.
Are you
You
telling
can
me?
prove-
T
you
Reason.
have
T
no
Reason.
idea what you're
All right,
talking
you
about.
go ahead. You go spurg out, and when you're done, I'll ask you a question, and we can talk like adults.
Now I want Dane to bring the violin back since he think he know how to play it so well.
I'm tired of
I
hearing
got
you
the popcorn.
cry
It's much
because you
better.
can't control the behavior of other people and compel them to celebrate a holiday that was invented just like Kwanzaa was invented.
I don't know. I
You
don't
know,
know.
a lot of black people celebrate Kwanzaa as the Black Christmas, but it's not.
Do you?
It's a retail Walmart level holiday. And Juneteenth, it was a regional holiday to Texas until just a few years ago. Like, I know a lot of black people who don't celebrate Juneteenth because they think it's kind of silly. Like Valentine's Day was invented by Hallmark. But people, man, a lot of people, they're committed to Valentine's Day. So I think it's funny that you're on here acting like it's a big deal because some groups of people think Juneteenth is not worth celebrating.
Some groups of people. It's not some groups of people. It's a very specific group of people.
Hold on.
That's the
But
problem.
but
We gotta-
no,
we
the
gotta go back to the Knicks.
No.
We got to go
Hold
back
on
to
a
the
second,
Knicks.
guys.
I want
The biggest
to say
problem-
that every single Knicks fan went out and celebrated on the streets.
I didn't say the Knicks fan. See, that's you're equivalent.
You said you fans of the
Do you
Knicks.
know what an equivalent is? Do you know what an equivalent is?
Yeah, it means
It's
equal.
almost like
Do you
you
know what a
don't know
contradiction
what an
is?
equivalent is.
Do you know what a contradiction
equate it
is?
to the
What's a
fans.
contradiction?
You
T,
and I are
the
fans.
problem. You know what the
weren't
biggest
on the
problem
field.
is?
You
Look,
weren't on the
T,
field making it
T,
happen.
look,
You
shut
didn't
your yappers
play
for a
part in
second.
it.
Look, close your mouth for a second. Listen, the biggest problem is
No,
this
you
is your
close your
claim.
mouth for
So
a
you
second.
you have to literally prove this claim that you're saying that a 51% majority
It
of
wasn't my
Republicans.
claim.
Insane.
It wasn't
That is
my
your claim. This is your video,
asked you
your
explicitly.
question.
Wicked
It's a
asked you
question.
explicitly 51%, and
Do
you said
know
yes.
every single
I asked
time
you, literally,
have a
I
video
asked
on
you,
and someone
was it
else's video
51? Dude, I
This
asked
is
you, was it
crazy.
51%? Did I ask you, was it 51% of the Republicans? And you said yes. Dude, and I asked you, I said, was it 51% a majority? You said yes. So now it is your claim
Billy
that
fucking
it's 51%
Billy.
or more. Show me.
Yep. That's why I'm
Okay,
trying to get a
so
definition.
That I don't have information on. But
So then your
regardless,
argument is
the
irrelevant and it means absolutely nothing.
Bingo.
No, you can't make it irrelevant just because it doesn't mean
You made it irrelevant when it came out your mouth, bro.
You can't. If you can't back up your claim,
That's how
if
words
you
work.
can't back up
He
your
just
claim,
pulled a requirement out of thin air and was like, "Oh,
If
we're gonna
you-
go with this," and then I'm
if
gonna say
you-
can't
no,
do
no,
that,
no,
and
no.
I'm going to try to take merit away from your entire argument. That's baloney.
I'm not taking merit away from your argument. All I'm
foolish.
saying is that if you
You're
can't come up with
trying-
any
you're
proof,
trying.
no, you're the one making the claim, so you have to have proof.
I have
Right?
given proof. I have given
No, you gave me feelings. You gave me feelings and
No, I
assumptions.
gave
You didn't give me
you
proof.
I've told
You gave me
you
feelings and assumptions.
No,
It
I
was
did not.
feelings
I
and show
gave you
show me.
no.
Okay, so repeat the proof that is not a feeling or an assumption that I can actually find
Hold on,
physically
okay.
and show me.
Put a pause and then we're going to
Where-
real
Kirk
quick, and then we'll get
saying
back to the
that it
conversation
should
real
not
quick.
be a federal holiday.
Hold on. Okay, here we go. So yeah, we're gonna read the comments real quick. Uncle Tiger says, "I don't think T Reason knows what contradiction means." Leia says, "Shadow boxing 100." On site says, "LOL, what
Okay.
treason saying we should celebrate it?"
So since he's pulling up every single
Uncle
chat,
Tiger, T Reason,
obviously,
duh,
like
we
that.
Republican party is racist, yo.
That part. They think it's funny.
Here we go.
Can we ask you?
That was funny. That was funny.
So I'm going to create.
I mean, the way he typed it.
White Day of celebration. This was for you, T Reasons. He said, "Can we ask T Reasons this?" So I'm going to create.
We already got plenty of those.
We
got plenty of those already.
That way we can celebrate bring the liberators of slaves.
What do you mean we have plenty? Please show me that.
You want to respond to that real quick, T Reason?
Thanksgiving. We got what else? The 4th of July. I mean, what more holidays do you need?
Are those white holidays or are those American holidays?
Well,
not white. And I
it's not holiday, not a white specifically holiday.
Yeah, it's my understanding that 4th of July is
not white.
for
I celebrate
everybody.
all of those. How are those white holidays?
But why do you have a problem with celebrating Juneteenth?
I don't, as I stated in the beginning.
Okay, well that's fine. Well, then, that's fine. Then you don't fit the part. You don't
exactly.
Fit the
nobody here does,
about.
bro. That's what we're trying to tell you. I said in the very beginning.
No, that's
I'm sure
not what
they're
you're trying to
again
tell me.
talking over me. This is why you don't understand. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. I can keep going too. I can just yap. Oh, I got the mute.
All right, so
I got the mute.
Y'all
got the
we
mute.
just had to go ahead and start it over again. So what we're gonna do is let's do closing comments on this and let somebody feel like they can. So we'll start off with Wicked, a minute or less. What's your closing comment on this topic? We go to the next one.
All right, it's very simple. Just because it is a fact that yes, a Republican Party freed the slaves, you still haven't proven that a majority. All you said was it was a majority. You have not proven it. And everything you said is just based off feelings. So the fact that it would be a contradiction is they would have to want to be like, yes, we freed the slaves at the same time trying to put them into slavery. That would be a contradiction. What you said is nowhere near a contradiction. Look up the definition and then let's get back to it.
I ended early with still 30 seconds left on the clock. Indian Jesus, what you got, my man?
Yeah, I mean, Wicked pretty much said it that this is a non-starter. That's not what I understand that T Reason is saying that. Well, if you're happy about freeing the slaves, then you should be happy about this the holiday celebrating that. But that's simply not what a contradiction means. I wish we could have had a conversation about the idea of, well, shouldn't people who are repping the Republican Party, specifically talking about getting rid of slavery, shouldn't those people be on board with Juneteenth? I think that would have been a much better conversation. But the words matter, and you prompt cucked yourself. It's not a contradiction, and so you beg the question.
Prompt cock.
That's my time.
I'm stealing that. It belongs to me now, Lutch.
I took it from Confluence, so
okay. Well, I'm stealing it.
At least y'all give us some credit, and y'all ain't colonizing out here.
Yeah.
T Reason is chock full of all of those buzzwords. He got all those buzzwords and he thinks makes an argument. Here's my issue. He keeps asking, why don't you want to celebrate Juneteenth, this, that, and the third? I'm not going to celebrate Juneteenth because I don't think it's a worthy holiday for me to celebrate. That's why. Hey. About 600,000 Americans died in part to abolish slavery. I can recognize that 100%. Without letting someone like T Reason and those who have the feminine thinking skills he does manipulate me with social shame and scorn and peer pressure into putting on a dashiki and walking around with my fist up saying, Happy Juneteenth. I don't have to do that to be a good person. I don't have to do that to love everyone aside from their race, creed, color, religion, or any of that. See, so it's really, if you really look at it, get your glasses clean to look at someone and say, you are being forced by me through shame or any other means to behave in a certain way that pleases me. That is in fact oppression, T Reason, even on that micro scale that you're using it on. I'm a free man. You're a free man. Let's let one another celebrate whatever in the damn hell shit holidays we want to celebrate. And let's keep on walking and respect one another instead of trying to control one another like the celestial mother. And I yield the floor.
All right, it's on you now, T Reason. Go ahead, my man. You get the final say on this one.
I think we need to start passing out Q-tips so these guys can clean their ears out so that way we can have an open, valid discussion.
In other words, he ain't got no answer.
Because a lot of times
he ain't got no answer.
They ain't need a tissue for his issue, and all I heard
maybe
was
you could
feelings. Oh, well, I'm a man, and if I want to celebrate this holiday, that's the holiday I celebrate. I said the Republican Party, and I'm talking about elected officials. Nobody on this panel is an elected official, and they all took it as a personal attack, which tells me their ears was full of.
I didn't take anything as a personal attack.
It's fucking
You
ridiculous.
asked a question.
Oh my God.
I'm answering
I guess
your
he doesn't like the
question.
soundboard.
I'm answering your question. That's not a personal attack.
Because I didn't even get halfway through my statement. And
Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead and use more peer pressure and scorn and shame to try to get your way. You're not going to get it.
Okay, can I finish what I was saying, or are you going to interrupt me again?
You probably got
Go ahead. You can use all the shame you want to use, man. Go ahead.
It clearly outlined exactly who the problem was and exactly where the problem started. And it was almost as though they wanted to discredit a valid argument without hearing it all the way through. The Republican Party, whenever we talk about the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, you hear them always say, well, the Democrats are the ones who had slaves and this and that. Third, the whole argument is now that same party, the Republican Party, take credit, now is saying we need to remove this as a federal holiday.
So basically the same thing you said at the beginning.
The fact that they're trying to remove it is the problem.
Listen to yourself.
No, you responded to something I didn't say. And Wicked
what did I say
that?
What did I respond to that you didn't say?
You started bringing up someone having a dog and then having to celebrate how they handle their dog.
T-Reason, how would you feel if you didn't eat yesterday? How would you feel if you didn't eat yesterday?
I don't know. I ate yesterday.
Got him! Got him! So that just demonstrates that T-Reason is not able to fathom a hypothetical situation. A smart person, whether or not they ate yesterday, this is why I tell you to take breakfast out of
obviously I would be hungry.
Oops, I was still talking.
But I may
when
not
I'm
be hungry,
demonstrating,
though. You don't know that.
I do know that. I just tested you and gave you the most basic hypothetical you could I could give you. If you didn't eat yesterday, you would be hungry. But your brain couldn't get there. I did eat. That is the exact answer for people who cannot understand hypotheticals and analogies. So you are not intelligent enough for this conversation, unfortunately.
In a Indian, just to let you know, a hypothetical, according to T-Reason, actually has to happen in reality in order for it to be a logical and real hypothetical. We went through this a couple weeks ago.
No. The only reason why I said that is because you were comparing it to a hypothetical that actually happens in reality. So when you're comparing a hypothetical that actually happens, something you're pulling out of thin air to try to take away merit from something that we know that we can point to and
we
say,
don't got to rehash the old one, y'all. Y'all want to get back into it. Let's go to the comments, and let's go to the next one.
Just listen.
And remember, panels, y'all want to send anything
I was just going to say this. I was going to say if I hear it, I'm losing it.
Bobia says, IJ, I already know. I don't know what IJ. I already know.
IJ or TIJ is me. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. I already know you and Dane been broiling him. It's a deep fry. Y'all eating him up. Laughing emojis.
I'm being upstaged. That's what's happening, but I'm happy with it.
Oh yeah, it says T-Reason. Cool. So for all those white holidays, you're uninvited from the cookout, and I'm sure you've never called me race for that, huh? Hector Serrato says, "Preach, Dane." Oh, look at Hector out there. Okay, what's up, my boy? Okay,
yeah,
so
I need an invite from her to attend something.
Yeah. So we covered all that now.
Really
y'all want to send any topics in the let me know. We're going to the next question real quick. This is gonna be definitely a shift right here. So this one right here, I'll set this one up. Says a lot of times people having conversations about somebody that owed them money or whatever the case may be. So I just want to get we're gonna go by person here, just in a minute or less. Just kind of make for everybody out there that wants to learn from this topic over here. The question is, what are the rules for the borrower when asking someone for money? And so this comes up a lot. I'm sure everybody's dealt with this in personal life at some point in time in their life. So let's just start it off a minute or less. Just kind of give your positive case for what do you think the rules are for somebody who's borrowing money from somebody else when they're the one asking. We'll go ahead and start off with you, Wicked. What you got?
I wouldn't say I have. I mean, there are rules for the borrower, but I would say the number one rule I would say is, as the giver has a more important role, is don't expect your money back. And that's it.
But so the rules for the borrowers don't expect your money back.
No. The rules for the borrower, I think, does have rules. It's like, you should at least make an attempt to give your money back. But I think the more important rule that supersedes the guy who's asking for the money goes to the guy who's giving the money is don't expect your money back. Like you could give it to him, friendly, but don't expect to have your money back. Correct. My thing goes more to the lender.
We'll get you on the next one then. All right, yeah. So Indian Jesus, what do you got?
I agreed that that's probably a good rule of thumb. Don't expect to get your money back. But if you are, is the borrower? What's the rules for the borrower? You said?
Yeah, the borrower. Yeah.
So first of all, if you are going to take money from someone, then the first thing is to set up a timeline or a schedule or something. I'll get you back next week. I'll get you back whenever, and then stick to that. Don't wait for them to ask you just because you can. If even selfishly, because then the next time you need money, then they're like, oh, this dude's gonna wait for me to ask for it back. So just give the money back. And if you have an issue, like there's, I've been in situations where I've lent friends money and they legitimately didn't have it back, have it to give me back. And they were just like ghosting and dodging. And before the deadline that you would have already set up, like, yo, I'm going on this. Can we push that to whatever? And you get 2 of those max. Push it twice max, but pay back the money.
All right, T Reason, what about for yourself?
Don't borrow any money you don't intend to pay back. And have the same energy that you had when you borrowed it. So if you called and pestered that person, and was blowing up their phone, when you got the money to pay them back,
from you.
Be calling and texting and be blowing them up to send them the money back. Establish a time frame, whatever time frame. If you say you're gonna have it for them in 3 weeks, have it in 3 weeks.
On the top, baby.
You know what I'm saying? Have the same energy and effort that you apply when borrowing it, and don't borrow any money you don't intend on paying back. You know what I mean? If that's the case, you might as well just ask if they can give you the money. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people would rather just give you from the kindness of their heart, knowing that you need help. If you say, can you give me or can you help me out with XYZ, sometimes people will help you. But if you say the word borrow, as soon as you say the word borrow, there's an expectation of return. You see what I'm saying? Because sometimes people, the lender has other things they could have been using that money for, and they could have made a sacrifice for you in that moment to help you with whatever reason you needed to borrow the money. So the borrower has the onus of paying back whatever amount they borrowed. Because if you borrow from somebody, typically they're not going to charge you interest. But if you borrow from a bank, you're going to have to pay interest, et cetera, et cetera. Your credit's going to be impacted. They could place a lien on your house. There's a lot of different things that can come into play when you borrow from a bank. So when you borrow from another person, have the expectation of I'm going to
trying to get rid of it. They're trying to get rid of it. They want that digital currency.
And they're not going to have to. They shouldn't have to come looking for you. The minute they got to start calling you and pestering you about their money back, the borrower is in the wrong.
Smart. I like that.
Got you. All right, Dang, what about for yourself? I don't know if you saw the question.
Dane's on mute.
And I wish I could get my OBS to stop loading down my MacBook, my iMac right now. But no, I don't know. I think that if someone loans me money, and then I can somehow or another tell them that I had a tough time in life, and my ancestors and this, that, and the other. That I don't pay it back to them. They can't say anything about it unless they're going to celebrate something.
Yeah, you're a robot now. If you want to give the last 2 seconds,
that makes about as much sense as T Reason's arguments.
Right, you ain't making no sense right now. I'm not surprised.
Okay, so
that was just as much of a connection as your arguments had.
Got him.
Got him. Just because you said doesn't mean it's true. You just did a whole bunch of word salad, Thumbelina.
I know y'all.
I don't know what that even means. Just because you said it, don't mean it's true. I mean, what is that? Do you actually have an argument, or is all you have is some woman poetry?
You had no argument. Did you hear what you just said?
Have is this woman poetry? I said what I said, and why don't you just clap your hands when you talk? Just because you said it don't mean it's true. Well, do that for me.
No, you just can't comprehend. That's the problem.
You made a connection to something else that had nothing to do with it. You way off topic, man. Get back on topic.
But yeah, so Dane, anything else you want to say on that topic?
That's what I thought.
It might be lagging a little bit.
Yeah, Dane's lagging, definitely.
You got some jet lag or something.
Indian G's, you have something you wanted to say?
No, sorry.
Yeah, I'm lagging. I something's up with my OBS. I'm finna shut my OBS down, and then I'll just come back in straight to StreamYards.
I think this is the one time where we all have different points but agree on the
Fool,
same thing.
You can't even spell OBS. Shut up, fool.
Dane. You can't even stream right now, bro.
Yeah, so okay. I think we covered that one pretty much. So we covered the rules as far as on the
T-Bone, I'm putting the link to
Anybody
a
have any
video
interesting story they want to
from
share?
Big Daddy Pod
They think might be beneficial for the audience
in the
or
chat
panel.
So that's not the channel.
There was this one time I gave the reason free advice and he couldn't even take it.
I had to do a return to sender almost immediately on that. I don't take bad advice.
All right, what we got next, Itos? Okay, what are the rules for the lender? And Wicked, I know you already had one. Go ahead, Wicked.
Yeah, my rules for the lender would be first and foremost rule, which is the most important rule, is don't expect your money back. Then secondly, I guess it would depend on the person you're lending to, would determine the terms that you come to an agreement with. Because I would say, like, if it is a family member, you might be a little more lenient with, let me pay you back next week instead of, the determined time, compared to someone who's just a friend. But I would definitely try to make it sure that it's somebody that you're trustworthy of lending the money to, or somebody you wouldn't mind losing the money to.
All right. Indian Jesus, what you got? I got a question for y'all after y'all go through this first round.
Sure. I mean, I think this is just the opposite of my last answer. If you're the lender, number one, don't. But if you do, then again, set up a timeline and only lend to somebody that you think is trustworthy. Because even then, like we can say, don't expect your money back. And so I just say don't. Them's the rules.
T-Reason, what about for you?
I think you should establish parameters. I think you should let the lender know that, or the borrower, have you guys come up with a fair time frame, and whatever that time frame is, stick to that time frame. Let them know the same effort or the same amount of time it takes me to give you the money is the same amount of time I'm expecting it to be returned back. You know what I mean? And then give a reasonable time frame. Don't just immediately start calling and blowing them up saying, hey, I need my money back, especially like before the agreed upon time, saying, well, life happened to me and I got to deal with this and that and the third, and I need that money back. Well, you already said I got to the 28th. It's only the 21st. I still got 7 more days. So I think the lender should stick to the agreed upon terms and hold the borrower to the agreed upon terms. And then also pestering. I think that's one thing lenders.
You said you had a question afterwards.
They'll call you and blow you up.
I mean, this is a good format.
I think you should make it reasonable.
This is a good format. And I mean, they only have like 1,000 subs
to get your money back. But
so I think this could be, I think they could do well.
Turning into
I think
a stalking situation or something like that. But I think if it's enough,
I mean, it's not what I'm
doing. On the amount of money, once the agreed upon date is reached, I think they can take whatever means necessary they deem necessary to get their money back.
Well, let me ask
I just got one thing to add to him on the time thing real quick. Let's go back to the part of the borrower. I think it would be actually a good idea. Say you needed terms for 2 weeks. I would ask for 3-week term and give it back in 2 weeks. So always ask for more, but give back sooner.
You answered the other question that you didn't answer the first time.
Well, no. Well, the first time I said it, I was like, you should always, intend to pay the money back and actually have a timeline and agree to it. But I think that the more of the burden goes to the lender than it does to the
I have no
borrower.
I have no interest in.
That's why I was saying.
Interest in this.
I think the burden of responsibility would go to more of the lender.
We're not doing well on the go
because it's your money.
And that's going to factor into my decision.
So you're responsible for your money.
You like this?
Not somebody else.
What you gonna do?
So being you're responsible for your money, you need to make the decision. It is more important for you to make a decision that you're going to give your money to a person that is trustworthy, or like I said, that will bring it back, or you're willing to lose it to, like a family member, a best friend who, you know what I mean? Like it's more of like Jesus said, where you rather give the money instead of borrow the money.
Well, let me ask you
this.
You
know what I mean?
Because what sparked this idea, I had to even have this as a conversation many moons ago, was I was riding with two guys and they were saying that the thing they can't stand the most is somebody that lends somebody money if they bring it back up after the fact. So like, how flagrant is that to y'all?
Oh, that's
to them was like unforgivable.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I agree with that.
It depends on how, if it's.
I don't know, because I think it.
Hold on. Let the Indian Jesus. He's going real quick. The Indian Jesus. Then you next, T Reason.
I think that the sorry, now I forgot the question. What were we just?
I was saying that I rode out with two guys, and one of the things they said is that when the lender brings back up the person borrows something, they said that's one of the most flagrant things you can do.
Yeah, so if you're actually doing it in a serious manner, like, yo, are you gonna do this to me? Last year I gave you money. Yeah, that's flagrant. But there are ways to be, there are reasonable ways. Like if you're in a very one-sided friendship, at a certain point, it's like, yo, this is becoming a one-way street. So I think that has to be a pattern. But on an individual thing, that if you decided to loan somebody money, and they paid you back, then it's equal.
All right, T. Reason for you.
So I disagree with Wicked. I think the borrower has all of the responsibility because they're the ones borrowing, so they need to be the one to pay it back, and it's biblical. So I think that when you borrow some money, you should return the money. But I think also it goes back to the fact that when you loan somebody money, you're at risk of not getting the money back. So I think it's much worse when you loan somebody money and you never get the money back. You may feel that sting, for a long time. So for that person to bring it up later that they loaned somebody money, they took a risk. They took a gamble. The risk was on the lender, not on the borrower.
Well, you're putting two things together. This is two separate topics, and you're putting them together.
No,
and if you go back to my point, it would tell you why. He's just asking is if it's. Hold on a second. Hey, what's up, Dane? He's back.
Hey, man.
Back in.
You're able to stream now?
Who knows, man? I hadn't had this problem until today. I think it's probably because T Reason's here.
Yeah, my server connection too powerful for yours, man. Yo, you got a weak connection.
Your tampon is getting in the way of my OBS.
Stream is trying to prevent you from putting your foot in your mouth. Your big old foot, man. That's what happened.
I got something big that's down in that direction, but it ain't no foot. Well, you could say it's a foot and a half.
You talking about your beard?
I guess depending on how it looked. It looked kind of like a fist, a baby fist, but
yeah. There we go, off topic again.
Oh man, so
you don't even know what the topic is. He wasn't here.
Yeah.
He left right before the topic got discussed.
So
he came in answering off topic too when he got asked the question.
Man, you like talking about me, man. You don't have one of them pictures of me on your wall with my rippling abs and my pecs, do you?
You give me a lot to talk about. What you want me to do?
I think you might be struggling with tendencies, man, as much as you want to talk about me.
Hey,
you got a fat fetish, don't you?
Two big balls with the $2 making you holla.
I tolerate
you.
Thank you.
I'm just saying, you like talking to me a lot.
So the topic was about the lender. Like,
let's
I'm gonna put it back on the screen.
Thank you.
So what are the rules for the lender when somebody asked to borrow money? So everybody said their rules, Dane. Now we're on. I gave them a scenario. I was riding with two guys, and they were saying one of the worst things is when somebody lends money and they bring it back up that he lent the money to somebody before. And they said that's one of the most flagrant things. So I'm getting everybody's perspective on that. T Reason, I think you were finishing up.
You want me to go ahead and finish?
Yeah, you finished.
That's a joke.
That's what she said.
Yeah, so I was just saying that I think the lender can bring it up if they want to. And I think it's also to discourage the borrower from continuing a pattern of putting the lender in a risky situation where they may lend the money again and not know when they're going to get it back. They got to chase them down and get their money back. So I think that if they lend to somebody money, if they bring it up, they bring it up. Don't borrow. Don't be a borrower. And then you don't have to worry about a lender bringing it up.
Got you. All right, Dane.
Now, are you talking about?
Dane, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I think I'm here.
Yeah. So you the question?
As far as the question, when I loan money to people, in my mind, I just consider it a gift. And if they give it back to me, I'm happy. And if they don't give it back to me, I just go on about my business. That's just kind of how I've always been. You know, now as far as the rules, I mean, sure, you need to pay the money back, but then I end up in a position like, if they don't pay, like I'm not gonna loan money to them unless they're pretty good friends of mine, pretty close family or whatever. And then if they don't bring the money back to me, like they don't have to say, because the way value works is this: you exchange your labor for dollar bills. So those dollar bills are like little batteries of your labor.
Settle in that.
So when you loan that money to that person or you buy something. When you buy something, it's because you believe that that something you buy is worth at least as much of your labor as you had to give to get it. So when you look at loaning money to someone and they don't pay you back, well, then I ask myself, how much of my labor is this person's relationship worth? And if it was worth enough for me to give them money to begin with, and they don't pay me back or they can't pay me back or whatever, I see them rolling down the road with those, $4,000 new rims on their car or something. That's going to kind of piss me off, but it's not going to be something I'm going to end the relationship over.
Okay. So, and Wicked, what about for you? I don't think you went yet, right?
Thank you.
I was going to say, T, are you talking about a single time that somebody does it, or are you talking about if they, multiple times ask you for money, then they bring it up and it's okay?
I'm talking about both.
Yeah. So
hold on. So
borrow money, and then they bring it up.
Right. So if it is, let's say it's like one time I ask you for money, I pay you back, everything is fine. There's been no altercation or no issue. Like I didn't pay you late. I didn't, none of that. Right. And then you bring it up like, oh, I gave you money and this and that. That's just a little bitch move. Like that's some petty shit. You know what I mean? To kind of hold a one up. Hold on. I'm not done. I'm not done. Now, if you were to ask multiple times and maybe not pay back or have some kind of paying back late and stuff like that, then I would be like, hey, I gave you money here, you didn't do this and that. I would be like, that's fine with that. But if it's a one-time situation and everything went as is, to bring it up, I think would be petty.
I think you're right, but I also think that no one's going to go into that detail when the other person brings it up. You see what I'm saying? A lot of times when you're in those situations, because I've been in rooms where people bring up the fact that somebody else borrowed money and they paid them back, whatever the case may be.
My goodness!
Of how many
the big
times and
$10. Thank you.
Look good. And
So
I agree
very,
to an
very
extent.
Which is being petty.
But
so debate over.
But an example
for the Overlord, and of course that makes you the new
if I beat you in a one-on-one game of basketball,
the stream,
very,
very
much
appreciated,
so
sir.
Bring it up.
Thank
in a room full of people
thank
and
you.
say,
We will
can't
push
guard
off
me
the
and I
members
beat you
only
one-on-one.
for
You know
another
what I'm saying?
half hour.
It's something that took place. It's something that happened. So you got to take it on the chin as a man. You got to be able to take that on the chin. It's something that happened in reality, not in a fictional, hypothetical world.
Yeah, but that's totally different than you're talking. That's why I ask if it's a. That's why I ask you because that's why.
Totally different.
How? Okay, well,
it's a major event between
hold on here. Ask me how 4 more times, and then I'll answer. I'll try to answer you again.
How?
3 more.
How?
2 more.
How?
He can't
1 more.
count either. He can't count either.
So there we go. Now that I made you my bitch and say how 4 times. Listen. Okay.
That's what you think. So
no, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Don't make me turn into AT&T.
But what I'm saying, but if you actually listen to what I'm saying instead of trying to argue with me, you can actually understand that we're actually saying the same exact thing. Maybe if you say it one time and it's okay, you actually agreed with me. One time everything went fine, no problem. But if it's multiple times and the person is in the wrong, who is actually the borrower, and the person who's bringing it up is correct. So if we both agree on that, then what's the argument?
I think we both agree, but I was just giving you some other things to think about on top of that. That's all I was
going to say. So we both agree.
You and him are a match.
And you just want to go on to another thing of something we agree upon?
You called it. He's pulling a box.
What are you talking about? I just said.
Well, we agreed, but we agreed on a situation, and then you're like, well, what if this? Well, we just agreed on it.
To me, it's also still like a game of basketball where if I beat you one-on-one, you probably don't want me to tell the whole room that I beat you one-on-one. But if I feel like bringing it up,
but if you beat me one-on-one in basketball one time and you say that, it's kind of petty. But if you beat me 2, 3, 4, 5 times, guess what? You're in the right and you can bring that up every damn time.
Yeah,
but that's basketball and sport.
So again, we're agreeing again. So what is the point?
Hold on. The Indian with Jesus had something he wanted to say.
I'm just saying that it's not comparable when we're talking about lending money.
It is absolutely
versus winning a sports game. They're not.
It is absolutely comparable.
Well, the topic. No. So the topic isn't money versus basketball. The topic is about bringing up the point of having something over another person,
right? And
having that one up on somebody else. And essentially, at the end of the day, if you try to bring a one up against another man, that's a woman move because you're just trying to you're trying to be like, oh, well, I'm better than you, which is what most women do because they can't physically attack. But if you were to bring up a one up like multiple times, then we could agree on the same thing. But one time doing it is a petty bitch move.
Does that count for
any way you look at it?
Does that count for every situation?
Example.
So, like, if we're having a poker night and I beat you okay over there?
I think he's having some stomach problems.
Because you was having.
I was talking until you started moaning.
I guess his tampon's drying out.
So again, I was saying, if we had something like a poker tournament and I beat you in 5 hands in a row, then you're saying
yes, you would have every right to brag. You would have every right to brag because it's 5 hands in a row. If it was one hand, you wouldn't have a right to brag.
Okay, but
because that's being petty.
Fair. So here's where I'm saying it doesn't apply. Here's what I'm saying.
Can somebody get T-Reason in the hush for a minute? Let somebody else talk. Good Lord, he's like
how their argument is invalid.
You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. We are capable of our own minds in the same way that you infantilize the black NFL players in that thing. We're infantilizing us right now. We are grown men that can have our own conversation. We don't need you to do it, and you're not capable of doing it anyway. What I was saying is so fine. You're saying in a poker game, one hand, you can be like, I got you, or you can't say, I got you. But 5 hands, you could do that. My point is that the same thing as borrowing money one time? And saying, you can't say anything because it's one time. But if I borrowed money 5 times, that's what I'm saying. It's the framing are different. The weight of winning a game versus loaning or borrowing money. Yeah, sorry, my brain works faster than you can handle.
No, it doesn't. Your brain don't work that fast.
Your brain don't work at all, motherfucker.
You don't even know the dude, T-Reason.
You still haven't uploaded the data from your brain to your mouth. You struggling here.
You don't even know the dude.
There are concepts that are beyond basic bullshit. Oh, Republican, bad. Yeah, it's a little bit more than that. So I'm thinking about it on the spot and spitting it out just as fast, just as quickly as you're spitting out the same bullshit that you've been saying for the last hour. Has nothing to do with any of the topics that we're talking about. But yeah, I'm a stupid one too. I wish one day I could be as smart as T-Reason.
I know you do.
So he doesn't get analogies, he doesn't get hypotheticals, and he doesn't get sarcasm.
You can't even explain your point.
I just did.
Okay, Wicked, what was his point?
Oh, yeah, I'm stupid. Maybe if you listen, instead of trying to make fun of somebody who's clearly more intelligent than you, then you'll understand. You can learn. You can learn. It's amazing. You open up your mind and there's things that you never thought about before, and then they go into your head, and then you know them, and then you're smarter than you were before. Smarter.
Wiki, can you explain his point? I want to see if you actually made one.
So I think what he was trying to say is that you can't analogize lending money to a basketball game, essentially, because winning a basketball game is different than lending money. They're really not in the same realm of things that are actually kind of like how important is money to you versus a basketball game. Like they're not even like you could compare them, I guess, but how well do they compare together? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you can beat me in a basketball game, but lending money is a little bit different than a basketball game, in my opinion.
And how,
I guess that's what he was trying to say. I guess that didn't make any sense then, right?
Hold on, Indian. Let me finish. So how does that equate to 5 hands of poker?
What do you mean? Say that again.
How does that equate to the 5 hands of poker that he brought up? How does that tie in?
And the 5 hands of poker?
Yeah.
I was making the same point. You were saying basketball, so then I switched it to poker because of the idea that there would be different hands. So the same point applies. It's not a different point. It's just basketball is not relevant to or on the same level as borrowing money in the same way that poker is not on the same level as borrowing money. Or you think same?
Okay, so my question is
Hold
five
on,
hands of
read
poker?
these comments real quick.
All right.
Onside says
Well, we're doing
basketball versus
that.
money is
Folks,
definitely not comparable. One is bragging rights. That's
Thank you,
like
thank you,
saying
thank
the
you.
Knicks are
So
petty
very
for
much
celebrating
keeping the
a
party
win.
raging. Thank you.
I guess that's in the
So
comments.
very,
the
much so.
reason why I say they're the same is because they're both events that took place. That's the reason why I'm saying it's the same.
What can you give me an example of an event that did not take place?
Me slapping you front ways and back ways.
That's not an event.
That
It would be an event if it happened.
Exactly.
But it didn't
So you
happen.
said an event that
so
did
it's
not
not an
take
event.
place.
Well, okay, show me the event. Exactly. It didn't happen.
You just gave a hypothetical of
it's
five
a
hands of poker. That was an event that didn't take
I mean,
place.
I just said that to, kind of poke fun at you, but the point is it is a potential event. It is not an event until it happens. I was making fun of your language, saying an event that happened.
No, you can
that's
use a
redundant.
hypothetical.
You don't have to
You can
say
use a
that it
hypothetical
happened
to create an event.
because that's what an event does happen.
I think we covered that one pretty well, y'all. So what's the next one we got?
Please.
This has been fun. Okay, so this question right here: why is wearing a dress in a movie worse than playing a gangster or pimp? So this comes out of the idea. I don't know if y'all see it, where they have these videos online, people showing, particularly black actors in dress or in drag, however you want to say it. And so people are saying, look, there, that's buck breaking. It's being a sellout. I mean, I'm not going to say too much. So I want everybody else to be to kind of give their perspective. So the question is, why is that frowned upon more, the wearing of a dress, more so than being a gangster and a pimp on TV? And we'll start off with the Indian Jesus on this one.
I think that there is a lot of connection to like the humiliation rituals when it comes to the dress thing. I don't necessarily think that on its own, in a vacuum, there's anything wrong with playing a character that is a man that's wearing a dress. It's different than if you want to be doing that in your real life. But playing a character, this, I understand that it's used in that way, but in and of itself, I don't really see a problem with it. And then so I would again, just in a vacuum, I would say that it's not worse than playing gangster or a pimp, but because we have a storied history of people claiming that they've been put in a dress to get opportunities, I would say that you're bending the knee to whatever powers that be. I don't know who they are.
All right, T Reason, it's on you.
Yeah, I think it just goes back to the fact that men don't feel comfortable doing that. And most societies, especially here in the West, you're not going to have a man go into the store and purchase a dress for himself unless he is, his sexuality is questionable. You know what I mean? So a lot of times it goes back to it being a form of humiliation, where now you have this masculine man dressing up in a feminine way, carrying himself in a feminine way, and they use it in that form because it was considered very taboo for a man to dress up as a woman and put on lipstick and put on makeup and prop themselves up with like female body parts and different things like that. So it's looked down upon. People use it as a derogatory term to say you're gay, or you look like a woman, or you look like a female. It's not such a prestigious event that's taking place like being a gangster or a pimp. Those things are more accepted by the male culture as opposed to dressing up like a woman. And I can see why the Indian geniuses would have no problem with dressing up like a woman. But I take a problem to that. And there's a lot of men in America.
Why? Because you're gay?
And that's the reason why it's a problem. And that's why we don't do it, because we don't want to be portrayed as gay or portrayed as feminine or have ourselves aligned with, the feminine qualities. We think that's a sign to the female gender. So we allow them to do that. So a lot of times you'll have artists, celebrities, movie stars that don't want to dress up that way. But when we see them dressed that way, we kind of wonder is there more to the story as to why they're doing it.
All right, Wiki, what about yourself?
All right, so for me, it's pretty simple. If you're putting a man in a dress, you're trying to get him to be a woman. A man can never be a woman can never be a man, period. If you're dressing up a man and a woman, you're just playing cosplay, you're insulting women, you're degrading that man, you're just pretty much making him do a mockery. of a man, you're making him into a mockery of a woman, because anytime you dress a man up as a woman, all you're doing is portraying a image of what you think a woman is. And it's the same thing as the trans community, which is just disrespectful to whatever gender that you're trying to pretend to be.
Got you. And then as far as when it comes to this conversation, I think the last time I heard it really blow up was what Cat Williams was talking about it. Well, yeah. So I'm sorry. We're gonna play this clip real quick.
I remember that.
No, this is exactly what I was
from the Sharp.
Okay, here it goes.
I got a PM right here.
Martin tried to put me in my first dress. When he had to go on his hiatus, he tell me, Cat, when I come back, I need you. You my young partner, you my brother in comedy. When I come back, just promise me that my next movie, it'll be me and you. We're gonna do it together. We're like, oh, these guys are wearing dresses. Everybody's like, oh, he keeps talking about people wearing dresses. No, it's not. It's a weird thing. It's not like.
I mean, I would think before that question comes up, has anybody made the case for why it's wrong to wear?
Yep, he's talking about Diddy.
The Romans did it. I mean, Shakespeare, during that time period, women weren't able to be actors. So it was the boys played the females.
So Juliet was a man the whole time. That's what
yeah. So I mean, you know,
good question, David.
Is,
I am going to ask that.
To make a real case for why it's wrong to wear a dress.
Here with that music. Are we sure this isn't copyrighted music? I already got a strike on the channel.
Yeah, let's
stop.
You're muted, Vulcan.
Oh, well, that was the video that Enos made, so I thought he would know if the music was good. But I guess
I don't know, but I'm sorry.
Turned it off.
Yeah, you know, so if you was trying to get the images to play, just mute it so that way the sound doesn't play, so we don't get the music straight.
I mean, I think we've all seen what.
Yeah, it's a video that he made, so I mean, I was assuming it
so I mean, as I'm definitely very anti, especially when it comes to children, the whole trans thing. I don't really see the connection of playing a character in a movie and they're pushing trans. I don't see that connection.
Well, no. I was just saying as a dressing up as a woman, as that connection, as if you were to dress up as a woman here, you dress up as a woman there. I guess it would really fall onto your theological view. If you're a secular, then it's no problem for you to dress up in a dress or whatever it is. But if you are a actual follower of the Bible, it would be wrong for you to dress up in women's clothes, because it specifically tells you in the Bible that a man shall never dress in a woman's clothes, nor shall a woman dress in a man's clothes.
So how do you feel about kilts?
What do you mean kilts? As in like the little.
Yeah.
So I guess that would be determined to the specific culture of the people. I guess that would, if it relates to your culture and it's an actual like homage, not just cosplay, I think it would fall a little differently.
Okay, so what about it's Irish or Scottish? Whichever one it is.
Scottish.
I think it's Scottish.
What about a Scottish?
They both wear kilts.
A Scottish American wearing a kilt in America.
Is a kilt a dress?
Well, that's my question to you.
I think a kilt is different from a dress. I think they're two different items of clothing.
Fair enough. Box in my chat said he got $90 kilt. Damn.
When you go to a dress store, do you see kilts in there?
I don't go into dress stores.
I'm just saying. Okay, so say you go, but say you were to go to. I'm just saying, like, say you were to go to a mall. Mm-hmm. Say you go to a mall and you're walking around like JCPenney, Sears, or whatever, like clothing store that has women's, boys, girls, men's sections. You know what I mean? Do you see kilts? You know what I mean? Where there would be like a girls section or dresses or anything. So would that really be considered a dress?
I think so. The specifics, what you said, we're talking about men's clothing versus women's clothing. according
right.
to.
And I don't think a kilt would qualify as a dress, where a dress would be specifically women's clothing.
Right. And so, as someone who is not a follower of Christianity, it doesn't. I don't have that basis to see like, oh well, because of that. And so, would you agree that
that's why I said,
yeah. So, without that specific directive from the Bible or God or however you want to put it, then it's strictly a Christian issue that you have with it.
I guess if you wanted to wear the dress, again, I guess it would depend on the situation that you're trying to wear it in. You know what I mean? Like if you're trying to wear a dress to play the role of a woman, I think that is wrong because it's insulting to women, and that's just not. Now, if you're wearing like a kilt, like you said, because you're a Scottishman and you're having like a hair, it just goes. It would have to go with the situation, essentially. But again, I also wouldn't consider a kilt a dress.
I agree with you. I was just genuinely asking.
I understand. I understand the point of your question because people would consider a kilt like a skirt or a short dress kind of thing. So I can understand why you would ask that question. Yeah. But I would say it would really fall onto the. I don't consider that to be a clothing. A kilt is more of a male garment even in Scotland. That's not a women wear dresses. Like it's like women. I don't think I've seen women in kilts.
Yeah, I think heels start off as menswear. But Dana, you had a point that you wanted to make on this
about I came in the middle of the video thing, but I'm assuming the question is whether or not there's something wrong with men wearing women's clothing. I guess
I'm gonna
essentially
found it. Deuteronomy 22:5.
Be worse than playing a gangster or pimp.
Oh, I don't know. That sounds almost like.
You see this pop up a lot. Sorry,
David, can you give me the text of that verse, please?
On social media, and then especially within Hollywood, Cat Williams talked about they try to put me in a dress. They try to put me in a dress. I'll mention it as well. So there's a heavy emphasis on it being a negative thing, especially emasculating, specifically for Black men. I think you see it the most. But when they say you try to put a man in a dress, they're trying to emasculate him. They're trying to.
Well, me personally, I think I don't know how true the blue dress stuff is that Cat Williams talks about. I don't know how accurate that is, but assuming that it's true, then I would see both of those things as being, Hollywood and such doing things, as you said, to emasculate the, Black men, that they do that to, because portraying gangsters and gangbangers in a positive light and stuff to the point that since the late 80s, early 90s, when that gangster culture began to be promoted so much in the media, it's had a detrimental effect, if nothing else, on what the rest of the world thinks of when they think of Black culture being criminal and being promiscuous and being single parent homes. So whether it's the blue dress or whether it's teaching Black people and other races that gang banging and that sort of stuff are Black culture, both of those are detrimental that diminish the Black family and the Black community from what it was at one time in history. So I would see those two things as equally bad.
But this is not going anywhere. So,
Anybody got a comment they make? I want to cross-examine somebody on the panel.
I did.
Yeah, Dang, you're equally bad.
So I mean, is this more of like a?
Does anybody have any idea what that fool's talking about?
Nope.
I mean, so just to say, would this be more reference of a sense of it's putting Black men in dresses or men in general?
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's probably both, but I just know I hear it happen a lot more in like Black social media, the discussion.
Well, I only asked because I would say if you were to go with the Black end of it, I think that would have to do with culture, being that it is portrayed as being a homosexual in Black culture as bad more than it is to be a gangster or a pimp. That is more glorified if you listen to the rap music, if you listen to, things that go on, they glorify those things more than they would a man in a dress. So that's why I ask if you're trying to do race specifically or just men in general.
Yeah, I would say this the conversation as a whole. I'm sure that I've primarily seen it within the Black conversation, the Black community discussing it.
I would agree because I don't know many movies besides Robin Williams where there's men in dresses, well, white men in dresses at least.
Tootsie.
I've never seen that, and that sounds kind of gay.
Me
you know
neither,
that.
But
no, Woody Harrelson. I think in Anger Management, I think it was Woody Harrelson was wearing the dress?
Yeah,
I don't think
he was definitely gay in that movie.
I don't think I've seen that, but I would agree that that.
Oh no, I'm thinking of No Strings Attached.
Anger Management. Yeah, he was a lady. He dressed like a woman in Anger Management.
Yeah. Again, like I think if any man dresses up as a woman, it's just completely wrong, because how do you know what it is to be a woman? You're not a woman. You never will be. You'll only know what the stereotypical things of what you hear about a woman is. So how could you portray something that you don't really even have the ability to concept of what they are is? How can you portray that?
I think that's reading too much into it, to be honest with you. It doesn't bother me a bit if some man wants to, put on clothes that's stereotypically thought of as women's clothing. It didn't bother me at all. When I was younger, heck, there was a few times I dressed in drag just for a gag. It was a lot of fun. It was back when I was young and skinny. I made a beautiful woman, but it was a gag. It was a joke. It was a joke. Ha ha. We had fun. I don't think there's anything in the world wrong with that.
Actually, interrupt here, Dan, but there's actually a guy on YouTube where he'll do things in high heels just to prove that women are exaggerating how uncomfortable high heels.
Yeah,
backflips. He'll run a mile.
I think it really has to go with the intent. I think
that's because men are just better than women in general.
Do what now?
He did that just to prove how men are better than women in general. I mean, for God's sake, man won Woman of the Year.
His first year as a woman too.
But my point is, I think that intent matters. I think if the man's putting on women's clothes because he's trying to say, that, he's a woman and that sort of stuff, I think that's a mental disease. But I think if a guy dresses up for a Halloween party, dresses up in drag, or, truthfully, most transvestites, actual diagnosed transvestites, are completely straight men. They just get an emotional release, an anxiety release by wearing women's clothing. I don't necessarily see anything wrong with that.
That's actually diagnosed. I forget what is what is the name of that?
Right, but the point is that it's not the same thing as they're trying to trans the kids. Like there's steps in between. And so what I don't mean to speak for you, Dane, but correct me if I'm wrong. But I think we're on the same page, saying that yes, there is ways where this is abused in that realm, but it's not inherently that. And so, with Dustin Hoffman in Tootsie, that was 1987 or something like that. I highly doubt that people were doing that for a humiliation ritual. And nobody thinks of Hoffman as
you got to remember,
maybe he's gay because he wore that. You know what I mean? So I just
but you got to remember the times of the 80s were much different. In the 80s, straight men looked more like gay men than gay men looked like straight men. In the 80s,
Can you elaborate
80s specifically.
I
mean, if you look at the way they dressed, you know what I mean? You would assume that they were gay, but they were straight.
Prince.
Agree or disagree?
It's just because of the outfits that they wore. If they wore those outfits, if you wore an 80s outfit today, people would look at you and be like, "You're gay."
Well, I'll say this:
you can't disagree. You can't disagree with that.
Slightly.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what. Sorry.
Well, I was gonna say one thing I noticed, especially with the Cat Williams situation, is that taking the movie the next Friday, I think Friday after next, I think it might have been. He's expresses disdain for men wearing dresses, but he played a pimp in that role, and he played a very effeminate person in that movie. Check my palm pilot, that's all feminine behavior. So it was just kind of interesting to see, in 1 minute he can have this hatred towards that as a some kind of humiliation ritual. But then his character, I don't know if it was that much different. One's dressing like one, and other one's acting like one. As a pimp, he's wearing flamboyant colors.
Let me put it this way: I think that tying this in any way to the actual heart of the trans issue hurts any legitimate arguments against buying into trans, whether it's kids, adults, or whatever. I think this muddies the waters. Because it's not that. Yes, there are clothes of the other gender, but it's not trans LGBT. That's not what it is.
Does somebody on here think that's the case? Somebody thinks that this is a move to push trans culture.
I think it's more against the men becoming gay. I think it's not trans. I think it's more
of humiliation.
Yeah, I think it's more humiliation, but I think it's also because the black community looks at it as they're trying to make black actors portray themselves in a gay manner to kind of encourage younger black men to be gay or be openly gay or be like more increase the gay population amongst black males in America.
Let me say this. Let me give my reason for why you'll see black men in drag or in dresses more often. When we think about this, it's probably just the height of humor. I mean, the juxtaposition, you see this big black guy in women's clothing, it's like the Mike Tyson with a small voice thing. Just the juxtaposition there, that's the spice of humor. Even the darker skin is I think they've done studies in that black men are considered to be the most masculine by perception. And so you put that in a dress, you've got comedy. Whether you think it's funny or not, people are going to think it's hysterical. And so I think just because of the skin color, bodybuilders, they make themselves darker to accentuate the muscles and stuff like that. All those things kind of play a role into it. Then you have the stereotypes that go along with being black. But I think that's just going to just make it super funny to people.
Well, if you want to talk about funny, they ain't seen nothing until they seen Dane in the dress. That's hysterical comedy, right?
See, but Vulcan, that's why I asked
leave
you
what you think about at night.
Hold on, listen.
Leave us out of it.
We don't need to know about you dreaming about Dane and
thinking about me, Jesus. I mean, come on.
But Vulcan, this is why I asked you if it was more of a cultural thing with black people or white people, because I could see white people as finding that more as a funny comedic route than it would be black culture to find it as a funny comedic route. That's why I asked that question.
I mean, White Chicks is is most people consider it a classic. It's not really my cup of tea per se, but I mean, people love White Chicks with the Wayans brothers.
Well, hold on a second. You can't say black people like white chicks as a black person saying I don't like white chicks.
That is the reason is a contradiction.
Hold on, the exception doesn't make the rule. And
that we get into the composition decision fallacies.
I'm just saying it just didn't sound right at that point in time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think my case is pretty much different in a lot of ways too. It's typical. But that's one thing people love, that White Chicks movie. That's one of those movies that pretty much gets a pass. I don't really hear the Wayans being accused of
okay, so that's okay, but you're using an exception. How?
Please hit the poll.
That's an exception, but that's an exception to the rule.
Before we go to the after party.
Again, I will not disagree with that. There's always an exception to the rule, but the exception doesn't make the rule.
Exactly. That's what I just said. I said that right before I said
that. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about is not the exception.
Well, you're saying, you said the Wayans brothers. How many other are there?
The reason why I think the Wayans brothers get a pass, though, is because they've had other shows
pretty simple
where they've done that. We've already been accustomed to seeing them.
Well, let me give a different theory. That's
why they get a pass. But when you have
give me a high five. I mean, come on, bro. How could you not love that right there? Come on, you know what I mean?
The reason why I think T reason. Yeah, I think the reason is it could be what you're saying. I'm not saying it's not, but my theory of why they get a pass is because they've been kind of known to be more in control of what they do. Their family is a powerhouse. They're able to do what they kind of want to do. So nobody's thinking that somebody's making them do something. I think that's probably why they get a pass.
That makes sense.
That's
definitely much more at
but,
the helm.
That's also been their whole shtick from the beginning, is that outside the box, you know what I mean, not normal thing.
Yeah, they were dressed, but also they were dressed like a girl in the black SNL. What was it called again?
Living Color.
Living Color.
Yeah. Now the brown guy gonna come on.
Yeah. So in Living Color, they were dressed like a girl, but that was their brother.
But again, I think this also has to go with the time.
You are $1 away,
then than they are now.
$1 away.
So are we talking about then or now? Because you can't equate morals to now to morals then.
Very, very.
Well, I was just giving a reason, because T Reason gave a good reason. I was trying to give another reason why maybe they don't get so much flack for it. And I was saying,
and I would agree with you, but in the times that they came up, things were not the same as they were now. Like things now are more shoved in your face and forced to be racial, forced to be sexual, forced to choose a side, forced to pick. Where before it's like, okay, you do what you do, we don't care, and we can all disagree or agree, and it really didn't matter at the end of the day. And to where now it's like, okay, well, if you don't think this, you're a bad person, you're this and you're that. So I think the times were different then than they are now. If you were to take that same time then and bring it to now, I think it would be viewed totally different.
Now, let me give you an example. Let's say Omar Hardwick was to dress up like.
Don't even know who that is.
The main character from Power, Ghost.
Okay.
So we had the main character from Ghost do a movie where now he's in a dress and he's acting real girly and kind of like a hot white chick style. That
in
would be
times
very
now,
jarring.
you would say he's gay. You would say he's gay in times now.
It would be very jarring. It would be hard to digest. Because
now, yes,
he typically plays the more masculine, more strong, upright role, and we're not used to seeing him in that type of attire. He's not a comedian. See what I'm saying? So he doesn't do funny. You know, he's more serious.
I would make it even funnier, probably, wouldn't it?
It would be jarring for me. I would be disappointed. I'd be like, come on now.
All I know about Power
it's like making Thor gay.
For me, it would ruin the image of him and Ghost as Ghost in Power.
I think
it would shatter that image for me. I wouldn't be able to look at Ghost.
The scarier you get, the funnier it gets, probably. Right? I mean, what's that black dude from The Longest Yard? Could barely speak English. He was a fighter.
Oh,
whatever his name was. Imagine him in a dress. People gonna bust out laughing as soon as they see it.
Dude, it's like when you see Terry Crews in a dress and doing, you know what I mean? It's like, but again, but you know why? Those guys were comedians from the beginning. Their whole act was a comedic act. So I think it's looked at differently. When you're portrayed as a comedian, everything you do is in a comedic lens.
Well, but hold on.
Compared to like a let's see, like what's his name? Say you had Tom Cruise dressing up in a dress. You would question that differently than Jim Carrey dressing up in a dress.
I don't know. I think Tom might have did it before.
Well, hold on. I think Indian G's was gonna say something.
The shit, I just lost it. The
because I had a good point.
What's
that's
the
why.
last thing you just said, Ricky?
The Indian G's. Well, you're finding Kelvin and Wild Wild West with Will Smith. Kelvin Klein, I think his name is. He wore a dress at one point in time. He was, he was always taking on different views and different images of playing different characters. And he wore a dress at one point in time in there.
Okay, but hold on. Let me ask your question real quick to that. To him specifically, was he a one genre actor, or did he portray multiple things? Where he was a comedian, a serious an actor, where he tried to be multiple things as you knew it was acting? Because you know how there are some actors that do like one role instead of trying to branch themselves out. I think I would kind of lean a little differently compared to like Tom Cruise again has like one role that he plays in every single movie. You're not going to see him in a horror film or in anything besides an action film.
Right. But before you said it's different if you're a comedian. And if I understand correctly, no,
not that it's different. I think it would be more acceptable.
Hang on, Wicked.
Okay,
let RJ get finished, man. Let RJ get finished.
This all started with that Cat Williams thing. And
Dan, we're talking, so quiet.
I'm pretty certain that...
well, man, you're talking over everybody, brother.
Dane, I can't hear you.
You're talking over everybody. You're talking over everybody, Wicked. Come on, man.
Kevin Hart. I'm pretty sure Cat Williams was explicitly talking about Kevin Hart in those interviews, and he's always been a comedian, and that he's seen as someone who got the Netflix roast and all of that stuff, all these movies with The Rock, because he did the humiliation ritual of wearing the dress. But he was a comedian.
Do you also know that I also believe that Cat Williams and Kevin Hart have a lot of long-term beef to where they're going back and forth. So where he's going to try to take jabs at him. So I think he has a bias towards Kevin Hart. They're both like midget actors that try to go for the same part.
Hey, no short shame. All right. I'm 5'4".
Dude, I'm 5'7", bro. Give me a break.
All right. That's at least normal short. I'm woman short.
6'2". I can't relate.
You can't relate to a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you squirrels go on amongst each other while I continue to make my valid points.
Wait, which one?
I don't know about valid point.
Which one? Which valid point?
Which one was that?
You made a valid
You
point.
keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Just like contradiction.
Again, I'm buying you a dictionary for Christmas, bro. It's coming up soon. 6 more months. You're getting a dictionary.
All right, so
all three of y'all get dresses.
All right, so I think we covered that one pretty well. So next, what's the next one we got? So we got any comments? Okay. So we're gonna comment. Okay, we're going to the question. Okay, so this one right here is I'm gonna give a little context to make sure all on the same page.
That's easy. That's men. It's men. That's a stupid question.
No, women. They already doing it. What you mean?
Hold on. We'll get to so let's say once we get to Steven Spielberg's movie called Artificial Intelligence. When we get to that level of it, where all of y'all see the movie Surveillance with Megan Fox. Once we have it common to where you can have AI robots walking that look like Megan Fox.
Women have had a year head.
At that time, not right now. At that time, who's going to be having copulation with robots, or women or men? And we're gonna go around. We're gonna go around the room a minute or less for your positive case. Then we'll get into the
real quick before what are we constituting as a robot? Because
that's what I gotta ask you. I gotta ask that question.
Because if a regular, Dido is a robot,
that's why I was about to ask that same exact question. I was literally about to ask that same question for that exact reason.
And to take it further, if you know what the what is it called? I think it's called like a Sibian,
a rose,
something like that.
Oh yeah.
Just that's not a robot. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. So. Excellent question. I'm talking about more like the Steven Spielberg Artificial Intelligence or the movie Surveillance with Megan Fox, where like they're actually able to have conversations. I'm talking about like once we get to that level where you can actually.
Can we break this down to race? Because I feel like Asians are going to win this one.
So once we already have somebody living with you, whatever the case may be, and they are a robot like those movies.
Gotcha.
Who will use them more? Women or men? And then we'll start with you, the Indian Jesus. What you got?
Absolutely women. We already see the use of the toys that we already have. Fine, if those are not what we're counting as robots now, that's
not what we're counting.
There's no reason to think that the evolution of the technology that we're talking about would follow exactly that. And so they would use the relevant technology of the day, which would eventually become robots. Then we also have the understanding of AI psychosis. It is overwhelmingly women who fall in love with their chatbots. Some men do as well, but it's definitely a female problem. And so you merge the two, and I don't see how men are doing worse. I'm not saying that it's not going to be a lot of dusty ass dudes doing that, but it'll be every single woman. Especially if you think about the books that women read. Oh man, they don't watch stuff; they read stuff, and it's worse than anything. Well, I don't know what you guys watch, but that's my.
What you got?
I actually agree with him for the first time tonight. Yeah, he was right. He was spot on. I mean, right now, if we measuring what they're currently using, if that counts as a robot, then women by far. But if you're seeing the actual like full humanoid form, it's hard to say. I would favor women right now, but I mean, obviously, men obviously suffer with it too, and there is a large amount of incels, a lot of men that struggle with that. So I think they might like the idea of having a robot. I mean, you get to tell it what to do. It shuts up when you want it to. So it's almost like having the perfect woman. So it's hard to say. It's real hard to say, but I would say right now.
Yeah, what was that fucking milking farm or some shit? Ugh.
Dang, what you got?
Well, of course, it's going to be women that are going to do it because women are such emotionally led and controlled people. This is why a woman, I don't know a woman in my 54 years of life. I haven't heard a woman talk about her relationships that didn't have at least one psycho boyfriend or husband. And what they do is they'll go from the same psycho boyfriend with a different face and a different name, and they don't learn. And they always say, well, he tricked me. He got in my head and he tricked me and got control of me, which makes me wonder why we let them vote if they're that controllable according to their emotions. So these women, they do that. This, you know, they make their decisions based on their zodiac signs, a lot of them, and that kind of stuff. They'll spend $300 on a pair of jeans that already have holes in them because somebody told them it made their butt look good. So, and you also have the issue with so many single mothers today that are wearing that are raising these good men who are really just men who won't challenge them and that sort of stuff. So when the AI boyfriends get more prevalent, and then good Lord, the robots, if they get to be lifelike, well, heck yes, because same reason we have cat ladies, because the cats do not give them any demands emotionally to contribute to the relationship. The cat's there when they need affection, and when the woman's not in the mood for a relationship, that she just doesn't pet the cat or the dog or whatever, whereas children and husbands do require from them. So that robot boyfriend that they can put in the closet, and when they want some companionship that doesn't cost them anything, they pull it out, turn it on. He's Mr. Fantastic. And then when they're not in the mood, put him back in the closet.
It is after party time.
That's the way it goes. A lot of women do that to their husbands today, but for generations, there's been a lot of men that were married to robots in the bedroom, but they was just an actual human being.
You can't see the Rumble chat here, but you'll be able to communicate.
I said it.
Twitch.
Yeah, so when the Zodiac robots hit the market, man, they're gonna be flying off the racks
YouTube.
like hotcakes.
If you are not a member,
No idea what that even means.
I'm talking about for the women when they have Zodiac edition robots, like a Taurus or a Scorpio,
is
whatever.
all the
Something they believe is their match. They're gonna be flying off the rack. Invest in those.
Actually, hold on. Let me do this.
Wicked.
All right, so I'm going to be the odd one out the group over here tonight, and I'm going to say it's the men. For the plain fact that more men are, let's say, involuntary celibate, which I think is a bullshit term to begin with. So we won't even go into that because that's a whole nother realm to open up. The fact that they could get sex
Rumble
on
is still
demand
up, and I would very much
would
appreciate
lead them
any
to
type
use
of
a robot more. Now, if
Go
we
over
were
there,
to go into
hop
the
in the
terms
chat if you're not a
of
member. Go
how
in
they
their
were
chat.
saying women
I'll put
use their
the link
toys
again.
as of right now and classify those as a robot, I would
Leave a
lean more
comment.
towards the agreement of
having,
women. But since
let's
the topic of
share.
the
I just
question
put
is the actual
that's
physical
the
robot
stream
itself,
right there.
you're going to tell me that a man who has the option to deal with a woman or to deal with something that will do whatever he wants, will take that option of a woman over something that he can just do with what he wants is just completely absurd to me. I believe that most women want actual connection in the way that they think they want a actual connection with a human being and a person. I don't think that most women want men that they can kind of control or do whatever they want with, because if that was the case, all the men that are in their inbox and those little simps, they would be taking all of them. They wouldn't be taking that man that ignores them and kind of gives them that pushback to make them fight for that man.
Okay, all right. So we got Wicked that's saying he thinks it'll be more the men who use it more. So anybody want to cross-examine that? Or I say Wicked. Anybody want to cross-examine? Anybody want to cross-examine Wicked on that? We have a little bit of disagreement.
I mean, I think my cross-examination went in with my point that I made, because if you have men have an option to have sex with a woman, where a majority, a high percentage of men these days have no sexual interaction with women at all. If you think that they are going to take that option over women who have the option to have sex with any man that they want, even if they wanted to, is absurd, because a woman could stand outside with a sign that says, hey, free sex. They're going to get approached 1,000,000 times more than the guy would that has a sign that says free sex.
Those are a lot of arguments I've used before, and I agree with you on that. And I also think the financial side plays into a factor too, because those robots are going to cost the robots are going to cost a lot of money, and I think men are going to be the ones that are right there with cash in hand, ready to cash out, whereas women are going to be like, I don't know if I'm going to spend that much.
Why they're going to be why exactly? Women are like, why am I going to buy a robot when I have a man that can buy me my things?
Well, but if it's already we're already seeing the women being like, oh, there's no good men because of the things that we talked about before. So it's not a matter of, if you're talking about, incels and stuff, then that is definitely going to get worse.
Right. But these robots are sex robots. That's what they're designed for.
Right. But
women
what I'm saying is,
women hold the controls to sex. They have the key to sex. Men don't.
that's only not that doesn't hold true if the robots are an actual replacement. And so we're already seeing that a lot of men are taking themselves out of the dating pool. We're already
how
seeing
many women?
Let him finish.
How many women want someone that can control?
Hold on, let him finish.
How many women? What?
Okay, good. How many women want a man that they can control and do whatever they want with, versus somebody who's going to like tell them over? So once they get bored with that, once they have a man who's like some little bitch, they move on to the next man. They don't stay with that man. If they did, then that means that men who are actually like nerds and scientists and stuff like that would be getting more women than players and pimps and guys who are the complete opposite.
But my point
but
is
in
that
the
those
reality
men
is that the men who don't want the women are the ones that they go after.
Okay, and so what I'm
the
saying,
robot would be the other one.
What I'm saying is, in the same way that women want what they want from men want what they want from women. And so there's no reason that we would say that all of the men who are, let's just say, getting played right now are willing to deal with what comes with dealing with a real woman. And so there's some level of the guys of that level who are who the women want, who are going to take themselves out because, like, yeah, I can get play, but I got to deal with their attitude. And so then the men that are willing to do that are going to be, lower on the scale. They're not going to like that. I'm like, why would I, get with this dusty, this short, this whatever, this fat guy, this whatever it is, when I can just perfectly make everything that I want. And as you said, they want to be able to tell it to do whatever they want. And again, we're just talking about a Roomba, a Roomba, ChatGPT, a dildo, and grape fantasy books rolled up into one. There's no way that combination appeals more to men than to women. And again, I'm not saying that men won't like sex bots.
Let me ask you this, then, do you think this might change it? The fact that perhaps, and obviously it's going to depend on how the economics are going at that time, especially with the genders. But if it's something similar to now, where women still earn less than men, part of the reason why women prefer, men, and they even deal with men, is because of the resource aspect of it.
I mean, that's a whole conversation to get into that's begging the question. But even let's just say that the wage gap is true. We know that consumer spending is from predominantly from, or not predominantly, but more from women than men. And so again, going into the ideas of what we expect this behavior to how we expect this behavior to manifest, we're already seeing that whether or not women make the same, we'll put that to the side. Women spend a lot more of their money than men spend of their own money, unless it's within the nuclear family.
I was asking real quick, just make sure you understand the question I was asking. I was saying part of the reason women like men is because of men have resources. So if these AI robots aren't bringing resources in, is it possible that men might go towards these sex robots more than the women, because women still want somebody bringing in money? They still have that desire to have somebody around that has money, and the robot doesn't have that, where men don't really need.
Doesn't.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
no, that's a good point. That's definitely a good point.
So I'm saying that could maybe balance it out a little bit more, because men don't require that from women. So really what the robot can give, the man, pretty much is all he really would want.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So
I think
I'm just asking y'all if y'all think that could have an impact on it at all, like that can change some things.
It could replace some things. It could be a replacement that happens in society in a large proportion of the male population.
They just get banished to the bottom.
I think it's like 41% of men get to reproduce or something like that. So most men don't get compared to women.
Compared to all women, right?
Right.
So now real quick, let's go back to what Vulcan was saying. So do you think, how many women, even though that the sex is good from a man, still try to pursue another man who can provide for them with more than just sex? Because men, sex is more important and attraction is more important to women who want a emotional connection.
You're right. Welcome to the party.
So do you think, being that women want more of a emotional connection to where men just want sex and obedience, that the women would then pursue a robot which can only give them sex and obedience instead of a emotional connection?
I think at this point it comes down to.
I hear a lot of crickets.
No, I mean, I have seen where women can have two relationships. They can have a relationship with a man that that they're getting pleasure from sexually, and then another man that's like their wallet or their spender or the provider, so to say, that pays for everything. So
right now, but they can also get the sexual relationship from the provider as well. So now they're getting sex and providing instead of just sex.
How are they?
Women are hypergamous. So therefore, they're always going to try to find better.
What did they say?
So a robot can only provide you X amount, which is never going to be good enough.
Well, and I think that comes down to we're talking in the hypothetical. It depends on what the reality of these technologies are. So if
and most likely the robot is going to be for a sexual thing.
No. We don't know. So then
the implementation could be AI. They can focus more on the relationship.
Can I say one sentence without being interrupted by you?
No, go ahead. I want to
Y'all got Jesus calling on himself.
I forgot my fucking point again. Jesus Christ.
Man, you just kind of thought easy. Man. Hold on to it. Something.
It'll come back.
Write it down.
It'll come back.
Yeah,
well, it would be easier. It'd be easier if folks would give Lutz a chance to finish his thought before they just steamroll over top of him. I mean, I know I interrupt people a lot when I'm arguing, but I'm arguing on point. But I respond to an argument. People get like 3 or 4 words out, and it's like y'all just jumping in there, and then you don't have time to even finish your point. But it ain't none of my business. I'm just gonna sit here and eat my burrito. No pun intended. It's an actual burrito. So don't be giving me none of them LBGT innuendos. That ain't fun anyway.
Open your mouth wide and put it in there, Dane.
Gotta stuff his face in the middle of a
Ram. Disavow. Disavow.
So I mean, I think we covered this one pretty well. I do think that there's, I mean, I do like the point that Indian Jesus said, and then I think T. Reason mentioned it, maybe Dane mentioned it as well, that if we look at just people using what we can approximate as robots now, it's no comparison. But I think the pushback I would give to that is just that, just given the anatomical structures, one for men, it's a lot more difficult to derive the same type of pleasure these women are getting from their toys.
Well, that's why I said if it was actual toys,
the things are changing, but historically, it's for the man, it's not.
They got a monopoly right now.
Yeah, as far as like the way that the structures work together. Once you once you get Megan Fox, I'm gonna keep using her as an example because I saw the movie Surveillance, to be able to be accessible to all kind of guys. She's licensing out her looks or whatever they might do, and now you got this guy who is completely, taken out of the
Dane.
Bro, you're telling me that more men are not going to go to build a bitch than women are going to go to build a man?
Nope.
It depends on the implementation because
women don't know what they want.
Oh, you know what? I got an example for you. There's actually a video of a woman who brings up a good point to where I can't give you word for word, but I'll give you the summary of what she says. Is she pretty much says is like there's a group of women and they go into a mall, and on the first floor they're told that, hey, this is the guy you can get. He's AB. And then they're like, you know what? That's not good enough. I want to go to the second floor. But on the second floor is guy A, B, and C. Now they can't go back to guy A and B. And even though A, B, and C sound kind of good, guess what? They still want to go to the third floor just to see, because they want to know that, hey, you know what? There could be better. I want that. Let me go see what it is. And by the time they get to the top floor, they're like, guess what? Your number 7,647,288 million. You know what I mean? It's like they always want more.
Yeah,
exactly. There are no men left. So essentially,
the punchline
because of their nature,
to the top floor, and there's no men.
Yeah, they're sold out. They're sold out.
Exactly, because guess what? You have all these women fighting after one type of woman.
You're done, Dane? Okay. Yeah.
But here's my thing, though, Wicked. To counter that, what if they advertise that robot to be that guy on that floor? They advertise him to be that perfect experience. So when they use the AI, they now can create.
And that's still not going to be good enough. That's still not going to be good enough for them.
Like, okay, so
it already is good enough for women today.
But here's my thing, though. It's like going to like a attraction, like an amusement park, riding that ride.
Listen to me.
Even though you already know that ride is probably going to scare you once or twice, and you still want to go to that park and try that ride out. You see what I'm saying?
The reason women have eyebrows, shave them off, and draw them on.
Women do not. I make And yeah, I think
I'm just saying they're still going to want to ride the ride. That's all.
No matter what you do, it will never be good enough because they always want better.
And so that ties into the fact that a man might be happy enough with a fleshlight. Maybe the thing vibrates and warms up or whatever. You know, you're good to go. But the woman, based on what we're talking about here, the woman is going to want something better and better and better and better and better.
The fully loaded edition.
Correct. And even if you build the perfect robot, it's still not going to be.
Right, but that's my point. My point is they are going to invest money in higher and higher things, and they are going to continue that. That's going to be its own industry, whereas the men are going to get what they get. It's good enough, and there you go. I still think women will be more into it.
Yeah, I could see women being like I am with my iPhone, you know. Like, hey, you gotta go get a new iPhone. Like, it's time to trade up. But I think that if they come out with actual believable robot women, and by what I mean by like a believable good robot woman is one that knows how to make a sandwich and do laundry and work the dishwasher and stuff and shut up. And if they can also come out with a robotic womb so that men can have children in that robotic womb, then I guess women are going to be out in the woods like wild feral hogs or something, because of where we're at in 2026 right now. When you talk to a woman and you ask her, what are your duties to provide to the culture? The only thing they're going to say is we're the only ones that can have children, because it's just a part of that feminist mind now where women that, you know, they don't have to cook. They don't have to clean. They don't have to be a man's piece. You know, they don't have to be fit, feminine, friendly. They just show up and they say, well, I'm here because they have a womb. They don't have to perform anything anymore. So if the industry comes along and so that womb can be replaced, and then, you know, the housework, you know, like Rosie in the old cartoons going around at the Jetsons, I think it was, cleaning up and everything. If we get that to where all the man's getting out of the woman is that womb and a little bit of companionship. You know, I've been married 35 years. My wife and I are like cornflake and milk.
For the
okay,
goat
we're
trophy.
very, very close.
Very much
but
appreciated.
best I can tell, that's unusual. That's an anomaly. Some of these guys I know, man, their wife, I don't know how they live with them this long. So, you know, there's going to be men like me who does get a wife that, you know, woman that you do enjoy spending time with. But for the most part, that robot in that womb is going to replace the woman. But it's not because that man's some pervert and he wants to go get freaky with a Megan Fox robot necessarily.
Which I said George was banging Rosie. Oh, come on, man.
Jane, get me off this crazy thing, remember?
Lamps down. Oh, God. Oh, Lord.
It's I think I lean more lady, you know, to the ladies like y'all do, but I do think that T-Reason and Wicked do bring up a good point with so many males that are just kind of just outside of the dating market, you know, involuntarily, as it's been said. That's a lot of guys, and I don't see why they wouldn't just go pick up the newest, you know, Jessica Biel.
I think they would.
Women have more options at the end of the day.
True, but to be clear, I am certainly not saying that it will not be an issue for men. That's not at all what I'm saying. Just we have to pick who's going to be worse. I think it's going to be bad for everybody. And I mean, again, in the versions that we already have, they are already not good for everybody. I don't know if you guys ever been with a chick who needs her toy while you like.
So again, this is why I ask. Like when I said in the beginning, if that's why I agreed with you guys in the beginning. If you want to talk about the toys that they have now, it will be women 100%. But if you go to the actual robot itself, which is what the question is, that's why I lean more towards men.
So something
because women have more options.
Is the newness factor. Like when they first come out, I think there's going to be a line of men out the door. But I think that after we experience them for a while and then we don't have that, it kind of starts feeling soulless, and then we come to a logical conclusion with it. Some of that might wear off for men where we're like, we might opt out, whereas women may opt in long term. Whereas it depends on implementation, to be honest with you. You know,
I got a question for y'all. Could y'all date a woman who you knew had a robot?
Nope.
No.
She's really into you, but she has her robot.
No.
Get rid of if you're into me, then you're getting rid of that robot. If you ain't getting rid of that robot, then you're not that into me.
There's a lot of men today that are with women who have the little thing, the battery operated buddy over there in the nightstand. So I'm not sure how that would be a whole bunch of a different thing, you know, but you know.
I feel like it's no competition when it comes to a robot. For me.
I would say,
So I'm not worried
I would
about
say,
I don't care.
Hold on, you're saying you wouldn't mind.
To go on with Dane.
I don't care because I already know he
wouldn't care if she had a robot.
He's not gonna outdo the real deal. You know what I'm saying?
You're just fine to sit in the corner and watch and wait for your turn.
I never said that.
So here's the thing.
Now I will set some boundaries. I don't want to walk in on you in a robot and he going to town on your ass.
Yeah, that's why you got to get rid of it. Either it goes or you both
go.
But
so let me give you an example. Right now, I never have walked in on a woman in the middle with her toy, and I know she got a whole drawer down there with them. You know what I'm saying? So that's never been something that I've experienced before, where you know the lady that I'm entertaining at that time has, you know,
that's because you left the room and she finished.
No, I finished this multiple times before I left the room, brother. That's what we
I know you finished. We know. We know you finished. We're talking about her finishing.
No, I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about.
Look, I am trying to eat over here, fellas.
I know. Look what you're eating.
Hold on. I did just think of one thing. Are we talking about a regular robot or a humanoid robot?
I'm talking about. I was thinking about
whatever advanced technology they come out with, the most advanced version.
Well, I'm just
like Ex Machina.
Well, you can have an advanced version of a regular robot, and you can have an advanced version of a humanoid robot. Two different things.
Okay, well, how would that change your answer?
That's why. Well, because that's why I asked. If you have toys, then I would kind of agree with you guys. If it was a humanoid robot, I would say that maybe women might lean a little bit more towards a humanoid robot versus a physical,
this is what I want to know.
Machine. That's why I would ask this question.
This is what I would want to know. Right? Like I said, 37 years with the same woman. If she walked in my office right now and said, Dane, if she showed me on her phone, here's a robot, it's a male robot, I want to buy this robot, bring him in the house. Here's the first thing I'm going to ask. Does he come with a lawnmower attachment?
Probably.
You know,
but
does
then again,
he come
like,
with the attachment to wash my car, mow my grass, you know, go out there and split that firewood and stuff? Because we could probably work something out, you know. We can just kind of...
free rides around here, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we can work something out. It could be our robot. I don't have no interest in the sexual side of it, but, you know... when the transmissions of my lawnmower need to be rebuilt, can you go out there and do that while I'm sitting on the couch?
In the chat.
I got a question for you. Trying to put somebody
most streamers just ignore you motherfuckers.
Serious, but for you,
watch their
white man trying to enslave a robot.
You're not part of it. You are part of my show.
Nah, I don't think so. I think that my need is always going to be there. So the things I can do.
The need in that area. I'm talking about the need in that area, though.
Yeah, exactly. The way that I can perform, I don't think a robot is gonna take that away.
It's perform probably like vaudeville.
Whatever you need to do.
I think that's the reason that they made robots.
Good. I sleep through the night very, very good.
Yeah, I don't.
I bet you do with dreams like that.
What's up with these single guys that are bragging about all their sexual prowess? I don't know.
Yeah. So we got Mr. Johnson saying, are we going to end up having to pay the robots reparations in the future?
Yeah.
You don't clean them. They definitely do.
It's rust.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, but I think some women do. Good Lord.
Can you imagine having to clean that thing? That's weird. That's gonna be
I like your stream focus. Hey, appreciate you. That's what I like to hear, my man.
Right on.
Indian Jesus is cool.
Like, that's my boy.
He's weird looking though, wouldn't you say? I told him when I first met him, he looks like Master Shredder, like Timu Master Shredder.
I feel like I saw him in Don't Mess with Zohan.
I get the Brown Moist Critical. I get Jared Leto. I get Russell Brand. Leto. And there's one other.
I don't know about that either.
Russell a little bit.
How did you do Russell Brand? You look like. How do you get related to Russell Brand?
I'm just telling you. I'm not saying I think I look like.
I'm telling you, if somebody says that to you, they're retarded.
Okay.
I see it. I can see that, and I can see the personality and the voice.
And then that just backs up exactly what I said. That's exactly that. You literally just confirmed what I said.
What do you mean?
He doesn't get it either. He doesn't get it either. Oh my God! You can't make this shit up. Oh man,
it's not
I'm having a good time.
but
I'm having a good time.
It's close enough.
So yeah, I think we covered most of the topics. I mean, anybody else got anything want to cover? Anybody got a topic they want to bring up?
I mean, I sent Enos a whole bunch. I mean, if he goes in his
We got
messages,
plenty of topics, but they're gonna get us in trouble, and I'm not doing
really
that
good,
tonight. We will come back and cause chaos.
Enos, I don't know.
What do you guys
got
think about that guy who got crap from random strangers about having his daughters in the female bathroom?
Oh, that was hard. Oh, that's stupid.
The dude calling was insane. He was literally in the women's room. He was literally in the women's room arguing that, oh, there's a man in here. And like, again, I think that, well, don't worry about that. But yeah, I mean, it's just silly. It's just
so.
silly.
What's the question? Let's first figure. Was the question?
The question would be: do you feel it's okay as a man to bring your daughters into a woman's restroom? I would agree with yes, it is okay.
I agree.
The question would be: do you believe as a man and you have your daughters and they need to use the restroom, do you bring them into the woman's restroom or the male restroom? I say the woman's restroom.
Assuming there's no family bathroom.
Assuming that there's no family bathroom, yes. Assuming that, yes. If you have a male room, a female room. Man with a daughter, do you bring him to the woman's bathroom or the male bathroom? Not one of those unisex, do what you want.
Hold on, okay. I want to go around real quick, make sure we get it. So T-Reason, if you got a guy and his daughter, which bathroom does he go in, the women's or the males?
So to me, it's not an easy question to answer. I think there's a lot of nuance there. So for me, I think it's up to his judgment. I think that in certain situations, he has to make a judgment of if he's going to use the men's restroom or if he's going to use the women's restroom. And I think that he should exercise some good judgment on which one he uses. You know, in most cases, if there's nobody in the men's restroom and the men's restroom is clean and sanitary and different things like that, he should go into the men's restroom. But I think that under
saying things
where it's an emergency or he
use
just
judgment
knows that he
and
has to
like
use the women's
you
restroom,
think of that,
he should be able to make that judgment call.
What do you think, motherfucker? What do you think?
And use that restroom. I don't think there's a problem with that. But I can see how some people would have a problem with it once they discover it's a man in there.
What
so
do
hopefully,
you think, brother? What do you think?
That's what I'm waiting on.
You're talking about what people can have. The point is what you.
Because I'm looking at the scenario.
We all understand that. We're asking about. We all understand that people can have different opinions about things. That's why we're here on a panel to talk about the different opinions that people can have on things. So, what is your different opinion on the thing?
Like I said, within certain parameters, I would want to see a lock on the door where he could go in there with just his daughter and lock the door so that way nobody else can come in. Especially
that's
if
not what we're talking about.
Yeah,
How would you feel if you didn't eat yesterday?
He's gonna go into a public, either you can't lock the door, a women's restroom or a public men's, and they're both the same sanitation standards. Which way would you think he should go?
The men's. I would say the men's. If everything's the same, I would say the men's.
We got one for women's, one for men's. Dane, how about for yourself?
Man, sometimes I come on this podcast and I think this must be what my dentist feels like when she's pulling teeth. I mean, I'm just like, it's coming out. It's coming out. Oh, I got it. Here's the answer. Me, when I started having kids, they didn't have family restrooms. I took my kid, now we're talking 4 sons and a daughter. So my daughter, when she was that age, I took her into the men's room because I just didn't think any different about it. I didn't think anything about it. However, if a man is taking his daughter into the ladies' room, I think that any reasonable woman that walks in there and sees a man with a daughter, unless she's nuts, and there's a lot of women who are nuts, if she sees that, she's going to know this man is taking care of his daughter. He's not some predator. He's not some predator who has enlisted his daughter as bait to go into the ladies' room to assault women. I mean, I just think that that's just a crazy jump. I think if my wife walked in and there was a man in there with her daughter, because my wife, she's mean as heck, but she's not crazy. She'd say, hey, this is a dad in here with his daughter. And if she felt unsafe, she would step out and wait for him to get finished. She wouldn't send her cowardly husband to the door to stand there with the police on the phone and make a big scene out of it. I just think it was a Karen and then a very feminized husband who's henpecked and does what his wife tells him, trying to show out. That's what I think the case is.
Yet? Was it you, Wicked, or was it Indian Jesus? Who hasn't given their perspective yet on this?
I didn't.
I think
I didn't yet.
Go ahead, Wicked.
So my opinion is I believe that the man should bring the daughter into the woman's restroom because that is the restroom she is supposed to be using. It is your job as a father to teach your daughter. And if you're going to be teaching her, you need to teach her the correct things. Not that a woman should be going to a men's restroom, especially at a young age, but that a woman should be using a woman's restroom. And along with what Dane said, the fact that if a woman walks in there and sees that a man is in there with his daughter, I believe that there is a lot of leeway to be like, you know what? This man isn't in here for some nefarious reason. He's sitting here taking care of his daughter. Now, if it was a man in a woman's restroom by himself, I would agree with the husband that he should not be in there. But the fact that the man is with his daughter shows that what he's doing is just teaching his daughter, hey, you need to use the bathroom. You go to the woman's restroom. This is what you do. You wash your hands and you do all the things that it teaches to use a restroom when you're training a child.
I think that's reading a little too much into it myself. I mean, I get what he's saying and everything, but I don't think that it's my job. That would be my job to teach my daughter where to use the restroom. I would say that would be my wife's job. And there would be occasionally exceptions. Well, how do what now?
There was no mother there, so
that's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. There were occasionally exceptions where I would have all of my kids off by myself, and my daughter had to use the bathroom. I just took her into the men's room because I was going in there anyway, and I didn't think anything about it. I don't know what kind of men's rooms y'all go to, but I've never walked into a men's room and the men were backed up on the urinals doing the helicopter. Yeah. Okay, most men, I walk in, I can't see their little wee-wee. If I have to go in the stall, I go in the stall. Be the same thing with my daughter. So, I mean, it's as far as taking her into the ladies' room, I mean, that's really my wife's job, but I wouldn't care if a guy did.
So I don't think it's the fact that if it's wrong to bring them into a men's room.
I think the NGD's had a point he was going to make.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think it comes down to it's not that clearly objective. I think T-Reason, this might have been what you were trying to say before, that there is no clear objective. You should, if you are a father with daughters, you should go here or you should go there. It's the conflict between or rather the level of conflict that happened with the other guy. And so we could say that you are a father with daughters, that you go into the men's room, and that is not inherently wrong. You are a father with daughters, and you go into the women's room, and that's not inherently wrong. But doing what the guy on the phone did, objectively wrong.
Yeah, I think that was just crazy.
Yes,
I think the guy
standing
in
is the reaction.
Jager.
Yeah, I think the guy standing in the doorway just triggering over just kind of the same as somebody saying if a man puts on a dress, it's the downfall of society. I just think that's a big overreaction.
In the women's room, and the other guy that flipped.
I think people end up coming up with answers, and then they go around looking for a question for their answer, and that's just kind of the way I see it. And I've raised boys and girls, so. You know, I just never thought anything about it. It's not like
I would agree with what you said.
If I take my daughter into the men's room, that's not the same as me taking her to the strip club.
Right.
I mean, it's not like I'm exposing her to adult themes. And this idea that men in there are predators who are going to be flashing my daughter, that's the mindset that comes from the feminist. Who want to make out, you know, like they're going to choose the bear because the man's probably a predator.
Good point.
So we're playing into that. I just never thought anything about. I just took my daughter in there, and I mean, it was a little odd when she was 16. But no, I'm kidding. She wasn't that old. She was a little girl. Well, when I take them in there, I never thought, don't look to side to side.
Let me ask: Is it default for the man to take his daughter into the men? Unless there's some good reason otherwise.
So, what do you mean? I don't understand what you're asking.
Like if in society, do we just expect that if a man has a daughter and he's got to take her into one of the two restrooms, he's gonna go to the man's restroom unless there's good reason not to?
Oh yeah! Shout out to
I mean, that's the way that I was. I mean, I'm not saying that would necessarily be the societal standard, but it never entered my mind. Hey, I'm gonna take Kaylin into the ladies' room. That never entered my mind. But had it entered my mind, especially if I pushed the door open and I called out like the ladies at Walmart when they're coming to clean the men's room, housekeeping, is there anybody in here? And if I didn't hear a woman, then if I went on in there, well, I mean, a woman that steps in there is going to be safe because they're going to see me standing there. It's not like I'm hiding in the stall waiting on them, but it never entered my mind. I don't know why it entered that father's mind, but on that video, it was clear that he was not a predator.
Would you say it was the default, or so it sounds like you're saying it would be the default? Like that would be the expectation to some extent. That you said, at least in your life, that was kind
of to take the daughter to the men's room.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. What
Dave,
about
I figured you wouldn't do that. Well, let me just be safe.
The default as well.
I figured.
I would say, do you think that it would consider to, like, I don't see a problem with bringing them into the men's restroom or the women's restroom if needed.
Don't react.
I think it would have to go to if there were people in the restroom and to the comfort level of your child. If your child was like, hey, I'd rather do this than that, I think you would have to lean to the comfort of your child. Now, if it was a men's restroom with nobody in there or whatever, I would be like, okay, bring them into the men's restroom. But you know what I mean? I think you would want to look out for the benefit of what the child is more comfortable with.
Understanding. So you got a guy taking his daughter. That guy go to the bathroom. So he's about to walk.
Right.
You're saying that it's 50-50. And so we need to collect more information.
Yeah. So let's say that there's if you go to the men's room and there's like 3 guys in there, and then you go to the women's room that there's 3 women in there, I think that the child would be more comfortable in the women's restroom, being that it is a girl with women in there, being to a man's restroom.
You're saying it's 50-50 until you know who's in the bathroom.
I would say yes.
Okay, got you. T-Reason, what about for you?
Like I said,
is there a default? Is there one that
the default is to the men's bathroom? If there's no one in there, I'm going into the men's. But if it's like too many men, or if you're dealing with a situation where it's like comfort level, if I want my daughter to feel more comfortable, I'm going to take her into the women's restroom. You know what I mean?
Make all that a little bit uncomfortable. It's like my daughter's comfortable with other women.
I mean, I think
my daughter's comfort takes comfort over another woman's comfort.
Okay, gotcha. What about the Indian Jesus? What about for you? But I think people are saying the default would be, except for Wicked. But for you, is there a default in a certain direction?
Well,
or
no, I don't think it depends on a lot of different factors, and so that's why I was trying to put some substance into what T-Reason was saying with this the start, that it's you got to take the judgment here, judgment there, and so again, I don't think there is an objective, clear answer, but I would say that the default is if it's a little girl, then you make sure that there is nobody in there. But like, for example, if we had that exact same situation and the women's room was full, but the men's room was empty, I would have said, well, you probably should go in the men's room unless you're going to wait outside until it's empty and all that. So there is nuance to it. I think the deferring to the child and what's best for them is ideal, but you got to do what you got to do.
Okay, well, see, that's interesting. See, Wicked and Indian Jesus, y'all bring up a new perspective. Somebody who has daughters, I always just thought the default was for me to go into the men's restroom with my daughter. To see that there's variation there, that's pretty cool. I think. Sorry, go ahead. Somebody say something.
I was just going to say, this is kind of what I was just thinking. I saw a meme on Facebook today, because that's where old people hang out at, on Facebook. I saw this meme on Facebook that I've seen before, where this woman, was saying, how the teachers promoted the space shuttle launch to us, and they rolled the TV in, and they were celebrating the first teacher going into space, and we watched it take off and blow up and die, and the teachers just rolled the television out of the room and went right back to class like there was nothing to it. Okay. But today,
appeal granted.
Anything is traumatic at all, and they bring in the counselors and make them available to the students and the parents. And they expect the children to be a lot more damaged or traumatized than I think is necessarily necessary. And so I think that's kind of the thing with the bathrooms. I mean, I think, I wonder, maybe Wicked or Wicked and one of the other two were saying that something about comfort level. Like I'm wondering, when I took my daughter into the men's room, what is it that there's a danger of happening that the men would do, that my daughter would do? If I just walk in, there's a couple of guys over here on the urinal, there's a dude over here washing his hands, he's wanting to go on about his shopping or his road trip, and I'm taking my little 3-year-old daughter in. I'm trying to understand what the danger would be.
So man, for me, from what I've
restroom. Come on now.
That's all irrelevant. I can agree with what Dane's saying. So for me, from what I have noticed, is that I have Dane's question. So I understand what Dane's asking. So for me, from what I've noticed, like me, I have a 3-year-old child. Okay. When I take him to the park, I notice that there are little girls that feel more comfortable around women than they do men. Whether that has to do with the parenting situation or whatever, but the women, the young girls, the children of girls will lean more towards the mother figure than they would the father figure. So I believe that is why that the comfort level would rely more on them going into a woman's room, seeing women in there compared to seeing a group of men who are strangers, because strangers in general are already uncomfortable for children as it is.
So you think,
hold on,
but
Dave.
there's strangers in the other room.
I don't think everybody else got a chance to answer your question.
Yes, there are strangers in the other room, but the fact that they are women strangers makes it a little less uncomfortable than it would be for a male stranger as a child.
Hold on, Indian Jesus, you want to respond to the question as well?
I want to respond too.
Well, I just saying the difference there has to do with the circumstances and I'm just repeating myself, but I think it's sorry, you were asking what the danger was. See, sometimes it just takes me a second and I'm right back. Thank you very much, Big Daddy Pod, for the 5. There isn't necessarily a present danger, which is why my opinion isn't that there is an objective right or wrong answer. But if we are to get down to it, then if there is going to be danger to a young girl, it's more likely to be in the men's room than it is the women's room, even though we don't expect there to be any danger in either.
Well, how would there be a danger to the little girl when Daddy's standing right there?
I don't have a question, but T Reason has to answer.
Okay, I got you.
The fact that I gotta explain
this for you, Dane.
Dane tells me everything I need to know.
Okay? Oh God, here we go with the woman poetry.
Can I finish, please? Just listen.
Go ahead, T Reason.
There's a lot of catastrophes that happen in the men's bathroom that I do not want my daughter to be exposed to. I don't want to traumatize my child to seeing the size of a male dookie. Okay, I don't want her to walk in after Dane done dropped the deuce and her to see a massive log sitting in that thing and I can't flush it. I'm hitting the handle and it ain't flushing. I'm hitting it, and jiggling it, and it won't budge. And I can smell it. And now my child, my 6, 7, 8, 9-year-old child is smelling it too. And the worst thing, I don't want them to see a little weenie dangling and mangling. I don't want to see a guy come off the stall and forget to pull his pants up in time and my child to be exposed to that. Now I got to put my hand in front of her eyes so she don't see it for very long.
Clutch your pearls, man. Clutch your pearls. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. There's a big turd in the toilet. Oh my gosh.
Can I finish, please? Can I please get it out? Because I know yours, when you got a number 2, it gets stuck in there sometimes and you got to.
I don't know how you know about what comes out of my butt, man.
I'm looking
at some weird
what's going on,
man. I see the burrito you stuffed down your pie hole, so I'm already imagining what that number 2 finna be.
I don't know how
you ain't wrong, but it's still kind of gay. T-Reason, you're not wrong there, but it's still kind of gay.
Yeah, I'm getting a little uncomfortable. You're talking about my anus.
Does he take a bowel movement? A bowel movement?
I mean, you're talking about my anus, man. That's weird.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about you taking a dump.
I know. I don't take a dump out of my elbows.
I know.
I've never in my life thought about anything to do with another man's butthole, man.
I didn't think. I'm talking about you going to the bathroom. We were talking about the bathroom.
Yeah, my butthole. My butthole, man.
I understand how.
Go ahead, say it with me now. Butthole. You're thinking about it, say it. Butthole.
You on topic today. Okay, I see you off topic.
Big Daddy's big butthole.
Your mind is in the gutter right now. That's not where mine was.
You're the one talking about turds, man.
Because that's what happens in the bathroom.
I know you want some of this.
Does that not? Is that not what happens in the bathroom? What happens in the bathroom?
I got you, bro.
People are gonna go number 1 or number 2. You ain't got.
I don't know. I don't know what other people do in the bathroom because I don't pay attention to them.
You might got a third one.
I walk in and I use the bathroom. I'm not walking in interviewing folks. Hey, what are you doing in the bathroom?
You got to pull your tampon out because you need to put yours back in right now and let me finish. Okay.
You're not gonna finish, man. You're the one talking about butthole.
And Dane got his pants down to his ankles because you know when he do it, he take his shorts all the way to his ankles.
There you go, talking about me undressing.
For some odd reason, I can't.
Man, you need some therapy.
Why he put them all the way down there?
You know, if you move to the right state, the conversion therapy is still legal.
And I don't want her to see another man's cheeks. So I'm trying to prevent her from seeing certain things. That's why I typically will make sure there's no other males in there and that the path from the door to the stall is clear, so that way I can ensure the environment because as a parent, you control the environment your child is going through. Okay. And I don't know if some fathers realize that, but you control the environment. So I'm going to do my due diligence to make sure it's a clear path from the front door to the stall. Hopefully there's a lock on the door and there's nobody else in there, and I can lock the door. And now I can have some peace of mind that she's going to be able to go to the bathroom comfortably and not have to worry about your hair sitting on the toilet or the edge of the toilet seat. There's certain things I don't expose my child to. Now, if I need to make an executive decision to go into the women's stall because it's a little bit cleaner, or there's no
not an
in there,
executive decision,
then I'm going to do that. Okay, as a father, I'm going to do that for my child. And I would hope that most fathers exercise that, because I say that it falls on the father to make that judgment decision of, am I going to go to the men's or am I going to go to the women's? Or hopefully most cases they have both. Are you falling asleep?
Let's close it out,
Like
fellas.
the Energizer Bunny.
Let's go and close it out. You know, minute and a half or less. Wicked, it's on you. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Man, where do we go from here? I think we had a pretty good debate tonight. A couple topics that were a little too much for T Reason to comprehend in the beginning. But then towards the end, I feel like me and him agreed a little bit more. So it's like this love-hate relationship that we have with each other. It's great. That's what makes the show entertaining. But I definitely think we all brought up a bunch of good topics tonight, a bunch of good points. I think at the end of the day, we pretty much agreed on a few things more than we disagreed. But overall, it was a pretty good show.
Cool. All right. The Indian Jesus, what you got, my man?
Well, I gotta thank both Dane and you guys here at the Vulcan Soapbox. I appreciate the invite. Had a good time. Team Reason, I enjoyed going back and forth, and I'm sure I will be back. I think we got to a point on the specific prompts themselves, so I don't really have anything to add there. But guys, I want to say this, but I don't want to act like I'm big broing anybody. But everybody should subscribe. This platform is definitely going to blow up. I see what you guys are doing here, and already you've got a good flow. You've got all the pieces in place, and take some time to find your legs. But I'm definitely subscribed. I will definitely be back, and can't wait to see where you guys go with this. Please do also comment, subscribe over to me at the Indian Jesus Again, live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, T Reason.
Yeah, I think it was a good pod tonight, man. I think these guys, they have interesting standpoints, obviously different to mine. And I think they need to start coming with pen and pad, notepad in hand, because school is in session. I will be schooling these guys every Monday night. Ready, and your wicked dreams on deck. It was nice meeting Indian Jesus. Obviously, he has different views than mine, and ours do clash at various times. It's nice to find that sometimes we're in agreement. I think I was agreeing with him a few times. He got mad that I interrupted him, but I was actually adding to his point. But I think Dane needs to practice staying awake. If he needs to take some type of medication so he don't fall asleep. Because he likes to hear himself speak more than he listens to everyone else talk. I think he can absorb a lot of new information, and I think he's going to be on the path of enlightenment for a while. It's going to be a journey. We're not going to get him there overnight. But thanks for having me on the pod tonight.
Is he ever going to shut up?
I saw you, Dave.
My. I'm gonna tell you with Lutch up here, I've told him before, I don't know why, which he has a pretty big subscriber count, but I don't know why he's not up around 100K, because his branding, his entertainment is sometimes it's like watching a cartoon. It really is. You see that? It's like watching a cartoon. I'm glad he came on because but I will say this, Lutch, this is the first time I've been on Vulcan Soapbox where they didn't have their stuff together at the very, very beginning, and they were stumbling and fumbling. Ordinarily, that's not the case. Usually, Vulcan over here is got the whip in his hand, and he's like asking Enos or Fresh, either one.
If this is the worst,
it's 8:30. Is there a reason we're not started? It's 8:30. He's like that. So typically it runs a lot smoother. When I first got here, I was having problems with my OBS. I'd added a lot of stuff to my OBS, and my computer wasn't liking it for some reason. So finally, I just logged right into the StreamYards. But I'm glad you came, Lutch. And you can invite some other people. I think it'd be great to get a little bit more. Honestly, I'd like to have some people who are going to typically be on the other side of the issues, from like me and Wicked, people to be more like on T Reasons. If you can say he stands on the side of the issue, but you're really not really sure about that.
Like that.
But something like that. And I know that Lutch is not necessarily. Would you say you're on the right, Lutch, or would you be more of a centrist?
I am more on the right, but the fact that I have to hesitate there is.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're kind of centrist, right. and so which I am too in a lot of cases, but I think Lutch is just his mindset to be a real plus to it. So thanks for coming. Thanks for doing it, James. Vulcan, I know that there's a lot of stress when you have like a real job, which I don't really have. There's a lot of stress keeping it together. So I do appreciate y'all having it this week and not, say, hey, we're going to skip this week. But I had a good time. I wish my software would have cooperated. I could have been more involved more. So I'm looking forward to next week.
I think everybody did a great job on the show. Yeah, definitely tune into a lot of other shows. Dane's right. This is probably our most disorganized one we've done. Our other host was stepped out last minute, I think maybe 30 minutes before the show started. So Enos was able to step in, which is becoming a theme now. Because I think last episode or two, Enos stepped in. Now it looks like that's just what he does. He steps in. But really, we just trying to figure out how to make it work, because part of it is just staying consistent. And if that's what you already invite people into the show, you want to make sure you maintain that. So, but definitely everybody out there who watches the show, send in videos, clips, questions you may have for the panel. We try to have a diverse panel on with different views. Typically, I like to be on the panel, but if we have somebody short, then I just more so fill into other slot just so we can have it run somewhat smooth. And outside of that, I think we had a great show, so I was excited for everybody being on. So tune in. We'll do it again next Monday, and definitely sub to Dane's page, Dane's channel. Sub to and the Indian Jesus channel.
Everybody in my chat, I put all the links. Everybody go follow everybody.
Make sure y'all sub, and we'll do this again. Vulcan Soapbox out, fellas. Peace.
All right.
I think my problem with keeping my OBS going was I'm just drinking water tonight. I didn't have my brandy out here with me. If I was just a little bit tipsy, everything would have been fine.
I think Wiki was sipping on a little something, though. I think Wiki had a little something over there. Yeah.
He's Italian. Of course he's drinking.
I was like, man, Wiki look like he having him a good time tonight.
I rarely stream and don't drink. That's the only time I really be drinking. Hey,
man, I'm gonna be honest with you, Lutch. I've cut back a lot on my alcohol consumption because I'm trying to get down below 300, man.
Well, I did yesterday. I was drinking yesterday. So yeah.
I came down.
I'm not really a drinker. I just drink just to kind of chill on stream. Just kind of.
Yeah. At one time, I was not long ago. I was 400 pounds, and I'm down to about 310 now.
You gotta get the vape, bro. Or at least the what do they call them? The
gummies or
no the little.
Dude, I make my own gummies. I make my own edibles. I grow my own
Zins. The little.
I think you're talking about.
Oh no! You're talking about tobacco. I don't smoke tobacco.
No, that's not. No. It's
Zins.
Yeah, Zins are just nicotine. There's no tobacco in that.
Yeah,
I don't do. I ain't talking about no nicotine, bro. I was talking about THC.
I got 5 rolled up already, bro. Ooh, speaking of making your own shit, before I gotta pee real bad, so I gotta go. But if you're making your own shit,
they ain't gotta drop a deuce.
Look into CBN. I know about.
I know about it, dude. So I used to make edibles for my buddy's company. I can tell you more about cannabinoids than you could probably tell me.
I ordered a 25-gram thing and put it in.
So I used to make a lot of tinctures and stuff. Do you know that CBN, CBG with CBD also can cure people with seizures?
I just know that it puts me the fuck out.
Yeah,
Did I what?
What did you put it in?
Just some coconut oil, but I made it a super strong tincture. So I just have it in a little mason jar, and before I go to bed, just We'll
Man, I had a
we'll
grinder with
sip.
about 8 years worth of keef in it. And we my last birthday, we smoked that, man, and that was a memorable experience that I had. It was
Bro, I
pretty
got a room. I
We're gonna
got a
dip
room
out of
full of
here
shit
in
that I'll
just a
turn down and
second.
blast
I
and
gotta
make some
find a
fucking
nice
hash
place
out
to
of.
dip
So.
out.
Yeah.
All right,
Bunch
guys.
of dope heads.
I
Hey,
gotta
but
run. Thank you so
one
very
thing
much for having me.
Hang on, Wicked. Indians leaving. What's that?
Yeah, I thank you so much for having me. Yeah, definitely let me know if you ever want me back. I am open to it.
Nah, definitely good night, Indian. Definitely nice meeting you, man.
Yeah,
definitely had a lot of good days. Definitely, think you'd be good on the show.
We will
We'll
meet
duke it
again.
out another
We will
time,
meet
for
again.
sure. Yeah. Yes, indeed.
All right, guys.
Not
you
if you're
have
lucky.
a good one. Oh, I went out to a little early, but there we go. Well, and that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Big shout out to you guys. When I go and do these things, I assume that I'm gonna make less money, and I'm okay with that because I want to bring you the content that will make you be more part of the community. If not only because if people are more part of the community, then you'll give me more money, but also, and more importantly, to build the community, to have a community. And so, I really do appreciate that you guys, really help, keep that up. And so when I said in the chat, I didn't change the banner when we went to the after party, but I kept the total in mind. So we are at 38 points out of 250. Almost hit the goal. We got a little over halfway for the night. But that is okay. I appreciate you guys to know. And as I always say, whether we hit the goal or not, I know that you guys can be doing anything else in the world. And yet, here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. And guys, it just means the world to me. So let's give a big shout out to all of the donations. Glow starting us out. Avery. Chirp. 14 fucking months. And we had Vox. And then our boy Dane, aka the Big Daddy Pod, putting it all together for us. Thank you guys so very, very much. I really, really, really do appreciate you. Oh man. So I guess no push-ups for me. And that means until next time, guys. No peanut butter for Morty. No push-ups for me. Let's go get high. Until next time, guys. Once again, this is Morty, the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. If you are new, please do hit that subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and I said sometimes whenever I feel like it. And of course, we have Sunday night movie nights if we hit that goal. So don't just hit that subscribe. Definitely hit the subscribe, but ring the bell because you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications and you never want to miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Thank you so very, very much, guys. I do appreciate it. Until next time, we are out of here. Peace.